Good morning, everyone. I would like to request you all to please take your seats and put your phones on silent as we'll be starting shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to Sustainable Bharat 2024, a series of workshops with an aim to accelerate India's transition to a greener future organized by SEPA, Sustainable and Energy Practitioners Association. As we gather here to delve into the pressing issues of sustainability and energy, let us begin our event with a moment of reflection at home. I invite our esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Raghuram Arjunan, Mr. Mukesh Tadesh, Mr. Kishore Bhuvaraga, Mr. Jivesh Nandal, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, and Honorable Registrar Sir, for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing enlightenment, knowledge, and the auspicious start of our conference amidst the slokas of Saraswati Vandana by our Teresa students.
तुषारहारनवरवा श्रीरङ्गसारुदा या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकर्णा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रकृति भी देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसार परमा पाठ्यां जगद्व्यापिनी वीणापुस्तकधारिणी अभयदायिनी जाड्यान्धकारापहम्
Thank you all for such a wonderful start to the session. Please join me in welcoming our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Arul Kansal, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to warmly welcome you to this important event on advances in clean energy. Uh, it's heartening to see many passionate individuals gathered here, united by the shared passion for transition towards sustainable energy. Today, we are privileged to have many eminent speakers and experts who will share their insights, experience, and expertise in this important area. My personal thoughts as we are moving towards cleaner energy technologies, there are certain challenges which I hope that today's in the discussion, the experts will deliberate and discuss. And I just want to flag it based on my limited knowledge in this particular sector. As I see that with respect to penetration of clean energy systems and technologies, the progress has been satisfactory, but this progress has actually hinged on low-hanging fruits. So in any country's energy mix or transition, what we see is that it is easier for cleaner energies and renewable energies to go up to the stage of 20% in the entire energy mix. And the challenges begin when we want to upgrade this share from 20% to more than 50%. And these main challenges come from many dimensions, and one of those perhaps is that our electricity distribution grids and systems. So for many of the clean technologies, whether it is wind, solar, we need to really transform our electricity distribution, mini microgrids and major grids which are there, which requires perhaps huge amount of investment for many developing countries to afford. So in a scenario where we are envisaging that greater share of these renewable energy to come into, the countries have to really invest heavily on transformation of the infrastructure which is conventionally designed on fossil-based energy systems. So from where these finances will come will, of course, will be a major impediment when we want to go in a big way. And I'm really wondering that whether the sectors or countries which are net energy exporters in fossilized fuel can keep aside some funds for this kind of a transformation, which is required by the developing countries for the larger share. So perhaps when we talk of energy mix, we really need to also not only focus on in-boundary based assessments and condition, but also transboundary infrastructure. And this kind of a transboundary infrastructure implications will bring in many players to contribute towards the investments which are required in this sector. So how this at a global level will pan out, this what we see in the global negotiation for carbon mitigation, I think that there's also need to have a negotiation in terms of financing for this sector. Second critical challenge which I foresee going to come is that most of these energy systems depend heavily upon the energy storage systems, because the generation of wind energy, solar energy requires temporary storage in the form of batteries. And these battery systems also, energy storage systems require inputs of certain critical elements. Okay, and these critical elements majorly are again available in few countries. So perhaps in a scenario when most of the countries have transformed themselves towards a larger share of clean energy and renewable energy, the demand for these critical elements for energy storage system will rise, and we need to be cautious that there should not be another situation like OPEC kind of a thing, wherein few countries are forming a cartel for supply of these critical elements and systems. So again, this is going to be at a global level, which we need to see that how these critical elements are to be pooled as a common resource for many countries to benefit from these energies. So I think that when we talk of clean energy, the real challenge comes when the share of these energy in the country has to be increased significantly, where I think that not only local level and local policies will influence, it is also the global negotiations which will matter a lot. So I hope that today's experts, of course, will dwell much more on these topics. Discussions are going to be very healthy. My best wishes to entire team, and once again, heartfelt welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for today's deliberations. Now we have with us Dr. Raghuram Arjuna, the president of SEPA. Sir is a founder and managing director of Clean Renewables, a clean technology solutions company providing solar power plants for residential, commercial, and industrial consumers. Request sir to share SEPA's vision and initiatives with all of us today. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Firstly, I thank Delhi University for giving such an opportunity. I thank Vice Chancellor for giving such an opportunity, and Registrar, and also I thank BSES, Human of Power Commission, for accepting our invitation, and also all other faculty and students members. As SEPA, like we started with vision to align with government what they were targeted SDG to achieve by 2030 and net zero by 2070. So how to achieve this target by implementing. So how we are going to implement as a solar entrepreneur, having 13 plus years of experience, I have installed and integrated 500 plus projects. So with that experience, so implementing is very big challenge. Even today, each project, whenever we are installing or whenever we are developing, each project is a new case study for us. So this is one point where we understand. So how we take it up, how we are going to integrate it, as government is also coming with a lot of new policies. Government have now newly announced 1 crore house, how we are going to achieve it. So on this point, when you see implementation, is going to be a big challenge. So as SEPA, we have 85 plus industry are associated apart across India, and going forward again as a green hydrogen mission, government is also coming up with a lot of policies. Again, the integration and installation is going to be a big challenge. Again, energy storage. So you can, there is a simple thing like as 13 years I've done 500 plus project. Even now, I'm not that aware how to compatible a right battery for a right system. Although it is an household or a commercial application, the compatibility of batteries, that is again a big challenge in energy storage. So what we thought in SEPA, we usually conduct a series of workshops. So this year, we thought we'll conduct 8 series of workshops, where 5 series of workshops we will associate or jointly we'll work with the industry chambers, where we'll invite all the clusters. So the clusters are the backbone of India. Likewise, we have chosen Andhra Chamber of Commerce in Chennai. We have invited a lot of other clusters in and around Chennai, like automobile clusters, a lot of XYZ, a lot of clusters. We understand their problem and we are trying to provide some solution based out of their problems. So this is what we are trying to address. So likewise, this is the second workshop where in Delhi we are doing in Terry. Again, Terry, we know very well. You are doing a very niche program and in terms of policy, so there's a lot of consulting, project management, and all aspects that the students and faculties are doing a lot of an excellent work. But in implementing again, how we are going to implement and how we are going to integrate with the clusters. So there we thought like we'll bring in three topic agrovoltaic. Now solar itself, I told solar itself having few challenges. So how we are going to take it forward for agrovoltaic, so which is the we know the food security and solar policy is going to be the key challenge and key target for government. So both can be solved in this agrovoltaic. So how we are going to integrate? So that topic we have chosen here, and green hydrogen. There are indigenous electrolyzer manufacturers, the indigenous manufacturers of balancer system component, which is integrated with green hydrogen. They are our members, and we are trying to come up with one prototype where we'll be giving agrovoltaic as an input and with green hydrogen, which is giving to a fuel cell, and the output will be given to some kind of application, which we are going to showcase it in our final workshop, which is happening in Coimbatore, August 9, 10, 11, 12. So the final objective, we are going to give 100 sustainable jobs this year. So we are trying to come up with a lot of initiative, the Ministry of Education, and also we are approaching a lot of other ministries, how the sustainable job fair can be conducted. And as I'm a part of Advisory Council member in Skill Council for Green Job, we are also addressing to NSDC to conduct a lot of sustainable job fair across countries in multiple locations. That is the key point for students. It is going to be a very good use for as an intern or for a job opportunity. We are trying to do that. And this year we are doing three international workshop in Netherlands and Germany and Dubai. So exactly what we are doing there in the workshop, we are trying to do workshop jointly with the International Green Hydrogen Expo, which is in Rotterdam. We are trying to bring in the companies who are interested to make JV in India. So we'll bring the companies and we'll associate with the clusters, whichever the states are interested. So we integrate with them, and we're trying to do that kind of opportunity for them. Again, Munich and Intersolar, we are doing a joint program. In Dubai, again, the World Future Energy Summit, we are doing a parallel program. So this is what the workshop we are trying to do. And finally, this kind of workshop definitely will give some kind of value addition for industries and students as well. And the attrition rate is nowadays, it is, you can see any industry, the attrition rates are going very, we cannot predict. So with this kind of sustainable jobs, you can try to see that attrition levels also can be met at some point, like going forward by 10 to 15 years. So this is what SEPA is doing, and a lot of manufacturers, hardcore manufacturers are with us. We are also working with the other countries where we'll be taking the delegates to the countries, and we have identified 2-3 countries where they are helping us to take their resource and where we can do some kind of joint programs with India as well. So we are working on that. So once again, I thank Delhi University for giving such an opportunities. I thank all the sponsors who come forward for supporting us. And once again, thanks for the students and faculty members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address. It is now my privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Mukesh Dadij, Head of Sustainability at BESC Yamuna Power. Mr. Dadij holds an MBA in Energy Management from MTI Gurgaon. He is an industry expert with a vast experience in the field of sustainability, clean technology, and energy management. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Terry School of Advanced Studies and SEPA for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to speak with the young minds who has great responsibility on their shoulders, and they are probably at the interesting times of everyone is seeing the energy transition happening around the globe. And we have this shared responsibility to hand over a more cleaner planet to our future generations. So let's work towards that. So as a part of distribution company BSES, we are serving almost 60-70% of the Delhi and close to BSES Yamuna. If I talk about, we serve 1.8 million number of consumers, and so far they are helping two parts in terms of this energy transition as far as distribution company is concerned. And this is a fact that whatever capacity renewable, including solar, wind, small hydro, and other things, the off-takers are essentially discoms only. So power has to be generated, and at real time, it has to be consumed by the consumers through the transmission and distribution network. So we have the responsibility of distribution of this power to our esteemed consumer. On the supply side, we already had this renewable purchase obligations by concerned regulatory commissions in every state, and we have been following. And I'm proud to say that we are at par, and this year we will be crossing that target, and we will be having more share of renewable in our energy mix towards supply side. Also on the demand side as well, as solar rooftop is also picking up. Recently, we have this new scheme launched by central government, and we will be having a more greater push towards having solar rooftop. As a distribution company, if you ask me, then it has to be a balance between the supply side renewable and the embedded renewable within the distribution system itself, because it has inherent inherent T&D loss reduction, reactive power improvement, and other benefits. When we have more and more renewable energy, especially the solar, wind can't be in the distributed form, that is for sure. It has to be in the large wind farms, especially in the areas where we have the higher wind speeds. So already we have around 250 megawatt of solar rooftop in Delhi, and this year we have very ambitious target of adding close to 50 megawatt alone in this coming year because of that greater push from the government side and other things. 2-3 points I would like to share, and you young minds will have to ponder, because you are the link between the industry and the academics as well. And the first thing is that how to tackle the variability and the uncertainty of increased share of renewables, both at supply side and on the demand side as well. Because renewables, as we know and understand so far, has large variability because of weather changes and other factors as well. So yes, some of the solutions came in the form of energy storage and other devices. But again, we have to see the viability as well, because every distribution company is a regulated entity, and we have to get the approval from the respective regulatory commission in terms of our investment towards that, whether we will get that kind of payback or ROI, so that there is no shock on the tariff as well, because nowadays it's a highly political subject as well. So we have to keep that thing into mind as well. Supply side, of course, we have started this RTC kind of renewable power purchase. Recently, the SECI has discovered around 4.6 rupees of per unit price for the combined solar plus storage kind of, which will deliver some peak power at the night hours or evening hours. So that's these are great indicators. Just for the sake of information, we started purchasing renewable power back at to 10 years back, and that time it was around 7 rupees per unit only. So we have traveled from that stage. Even somebody was telling me that it was around 10 rupees when the first solar plants came up in India. So now only alone solar is around available around 2.5 to 3 rupees. So it's not only cheaper but also cleaner and more environment friendly as well. So more and more penetration is required, but again we have to see the grid stability point of view as well. So what kind of other intervention we will be requiring? Another good intervention could be in the form of demand response. So we are also doing some pilots and approaching to regulator to frame the regulations along the, because once you have the uncertainty towards supply side, then obviously you should have that kind of flexibility on the demand side as well to match the real-time demand supply scenario. So EV is again coming in a big way, especially the metro cities. If I talk about Delhi, Delhi government has a plan to introduce 8,000 DTC buses. One bus is around 250 kilowatt of battery. So it will be more than 150 megawatt of additional load which will be coming, and incidentally that load is matching to our peak load conditions. So we are also little bit concerned about that, how we will be meeting that additional load, and every push towards the peak load will require additional capex in form of augmentation or addition of network capacity and other things as well. So bringing renewables into the system is welcome, but again we have to devise mechanism to mitigate the concern and risk associated with that, because it's a not only a commercial matter but highly technical matter as well, because grid runs on the technical parameters, laws of physics and other things. So we have to manage that situation as well. So at different forums we are discussing this point that with the level of penetration we are thinking and government is thinking, how safe it will be for the grid to operate in these conditions and in extreme conditions when a sudden change will be there in the renewable energy. So I hope you young guys will be taking note of all these aspects and not only contributing towards greater adoption of renewable energy and will become a part of energy transition, but also ponder your thoughts on these aspects as well, because integration of these renewable sources is also important. So once again, thank you, Terry School of Advanced Studies and SEPA for inviting us. It's always a great speaking to the young minds. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. I would like to now invite Mr. Kishore Gubaraga, Director General at SEPA, to address the gathering.
Very good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be at institutions like Terry, talking about the changes that are coming in our lifestyle, specifically sources of energy, and that is getting into transition to renewable energy. As just now Mr. Mukesh had suggested, it's uncertain, it's variable. Managing this on the supply side is a huge task. SEPA has been at the forefront of developing technologies, thought processes. We give a lot of importance to creating the change in young minds, their approach to life in terms of approaches to sustainability. Sustainability sits on top of energy conservation, be it electrical power or water, whatever form, and goes forward to energy efficiency. And then this renewables is built on top of that, so we proceed towards sustainability. It is very important that we conserve energy. To that extent, you have this fossil fuel being used, becoming less, so pollution is less. But there is a critical amount that we need to look at where we need to change that to some renewable sources of energy. A lot of developments are taking place across this canvas of renewable energy, solar. Solar itself, there are a lot of changes in material. If you start talking about the earlier ones and the present ones that are now available in the design of solar panels, in the content of the solar cells, you find that these changes are happening, and probably that is good for the industry. The application of solar, be it rooftop or ground mounted or agrivoltaic this thing where it can be of help to farmers. That's a great development. In fact, in the days to come, we'll find that there will be a lot of interest being created, shown by farmers, farmer cooperatives in the rural areas where land is available, along with land for agricultural production. So you find that the income of farmers will be increased. There will be more renewable energy available for management. So that progress will be very good. Apart from this, renewable energy can be used for producing green hydrogen. Hydrogen is being touted as the fuel for the upcoming demands, where it's supposed to be very efficient because of the caloric value, the way it can handle it. But there are inherent challenges that we are facing now because the lack of technology, appropriate technology, I would say, the lack of transportation techniques, be it pipeline or by gas tankers or something like that. Then the application of the green hydrogen at energy intensive industry and sectors. So it's going to be a whole lot of challenges and opportunities that are available. These challenges could be an opportunity for people, youngsters who take up research in green hydrogen, its transportation and handling. Going along with that will be standards and regulations that will evolve. So you will find that the green hydrogen value chain improves further and further. Then you have, as Mr. Mukesh said, energy storage. Then where you'll find the balancing of this available renewable energy when sun is not there or when there is changes in the production of energy, renewable energy. You find that you can store this energy in batteries and then you can use to balance the grid and the demand. On top of this, you have this ESG, which is going to be the topic in the days to come, especially for businesses that are looking to manufacture their products. There will be a lot of monitoring, there will be a lot of standards to be met. So the whole lot of new specialization is going to come up. So ESG is going to be another main factor here. I must thank Terry for this opportunity for us to be here, speak to people here, have this workshop. This is the second of our 8 workshops. Going forward, the next one will be at Pune. So we will remember what Mr. Professor Arun had told us about grid management and storage. And also we'll remember what Mr. Mukesh had told us. We will see how we can factor in these things in our discussions in the upcoming workshops. Thank you. Thank you. It's been wonderful being here. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker for today's conference, Mr. Jivesh Nandan. Sir is a retired IAS officer and is currently a distinguished fellow specializing in industrial energy efficiency at TEDI. I welcome sir to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Is it? Yeah. Thank you very much. Very good morning to everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will like to share some of my thoughts about, let's say, energy in general. To my mind, energy is going to be the focus of this whole century. And the way we used, we looked, and we, discovered many aspects of energy, everything is going to be looked at again. And when I say that this is going to be the century, I say so because, every country is in a different situation as far as its energy sources are concerned, its energy consumption is concerned. And it will have its own unique circumstances. And that is what will determine the pace at which it will change. And therefore, it is going to take a lot of time. I mean, financial situation of different countries is at different levels, and everyone will not be able to do the same thing at the same time. And that is why I say that this is when for coming 4 or 5 decades at least, we are going to look at energy in a newer way. And of course, as we are here in a sustainability institution, we everything is being driven because of environmental concerns that we have now. So let us, I mean, if you look at energy in general, then let me go back a little bit. I and maybe many of you will also be, slightly surprised to note that it was only in around 1818 that first time electricity was supplied on a commercial basis in San Francisco. Before that, we were using different other types of energy also. And in the last 140 years, energy as electricity as a form of energy has edged out every other type of energy. And the basic reason is because it is very easy to change the form of energy with electricity. And it can be transported, which we call transmitted, from a few thousand miles, of course, we can very easily do it. And that is what has given an edge to electricity. Other forms of energy, if you think of it, maybe heat and its as energy is being used in industries and maybe in some of the colder countries for district heating and things like that, where we don't, change it into electricity and then change it back into heat. But every other form of energy is not. In automobile, because of storage issues of electricity, we anyway. I think I am audible. This is not. Yeah. So I feel that electricity will be the most used type of energy by the humankind, and therefore the use of electricity is going to increase. Now, when we talk about electricity, it, the whole value chain. I mean, let us start with a generation. Generation, we are seeing it is changing at a very rapid pace. And India is one of the leaders in getting into renewable energy very fast. And so whether it is solar or it is wind or it is biomass based or any other new form of energy, it is going to be the focus for the next few decades. And solar, we will have to be in solar as well as in other forms, we will have to be very innovative because land as a resource is needed for many other activities and land will become scarce. And therefore, how do we still have solar? So as was mentioned by the president of SEPA, I mean, on agricultural field, on top of it at 3 meter height or some height, if we have, I have a feeling that around 30 such projects are already there in the country. And we are studying as part of TERI. We are also doing a study as to what exactly will be the best way to get into, whether we call it agro PV or whatever name we give, but in the fields only. Similarly, Mr. Danish mentioned about this new scheme of rooftop solar. Now, rooftop solar is again one of the needs because as we will run out of cheap land for land-based solar. So a lot of innovative ideas are already there, and they will keep coming. So my point today to discuss or to convey to you is that a lot of innovations are going to take place in the source of our electricity. Now, if we move to the next thing, that is, let's say, because renewable energy is very sensitive to time of the day and seasonal variations. So, something which we have not been able to do till now, that is storing electricity. Now, storing of electricity will open up. And today we are talking about batteries. I don't think that is the only solution which is available. And people will look at and explore every possibility of storing energy. Energy can be stored in form of potential energy, can be stored in form of kinetic energy, in form of thermal energy, in form of chemical energy. And therefore, why are we limiting ourselves to chemical energy? Today, we may be thinking that battery is the best way. Tomorrow, a few decades later, I don't think that will turn out to be the best. There can be many other things, and maybe pump storage and some other forms of, maybe molten salt, what that we talk about today, that we store heat for 5, 6 hours. When our peak demand is there, then we get that heat back into electricity. It is just changing the form of energy. There's nothing else. And therefore, when we talk about storage, everything will open up. And we are not really gone into greater details. So a lot of research and R&D will get into this in the next 2, 3 decades, and we will have different ways of storing energy, which will be, we will again, that is why I say we go back to all types of energy for storing it. Why are we only limiting ourselves that electricity will get generated and then it will be stored? If I can store heat as such, it is very good. Whenever it is needed, I will convert it into electricity. So like that. So my idea today to share with you is then let's say the third value chain, which is transmitting electricity from one point to another point. Now, that is something which is very easy in electricity. We have transmission lines which run into thousands of miles, but this is also going to change. We will have very long grids. And because, when fossil fuel is not there, fossil fuel was being used to transport energy from one place to other and then convert it into the form of energy that we need. Electricity is easy to transmit. We already have a lot of knowledge about how to transmit electricity, and that knowledge will get expanded. And we will have even longer transmission lines, which will run through a few countries. And because that will be the need, fossil fuel will not be there. Then how do we transport energy to a very long distance? First thought is electricity. But second thought that I have is that maybe electricity will either, CBG, compressed biogas, which will again be easy to transport from one place to, let's say, one part of the globe to the other part of the globe, as we do for fossil fuels today. Or maybe hydrogen. If, if it is cheap enough to convert it back into electricity. Right now, the technology is not that mature, but yes, it is going to be like that, maybe in a few decades. And uh, towards the end of this discussion, I would like to say that, resources and technology, it is never sufficient for a transition or a change. It is, in the end, it is a group of people a motivated, committed lot of people. That is what brings about change. And that is why I say this here. I'm very happy to be here. That it is a group of people who are into sustainability and who are going to be in this area for some 30, 40 years now. So if you have that motivation and commitment, I'm sure that the change that we are looking at will happen and it will be fair and just. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. I would like to now invite our Honorable Registrar, Colonel B. Venkat, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. And we already heard each one of the speakers giving their insight into the beginning of this scheduled session, which is supposed to be lasting till 5:30 in the evening, and they will be having further technical discussions into three components, ranging from agri-vortex to ESG and then to even to green hydrogen. So, ladies and gentlemen who are all gathered here today, hopefully you're going to have a very large understanding of the subjects which are being discussed today, and quite obviously your inputs also would be solicited towards that. We thank the SEPA complete team right from beginning. Raghuram Arjunam, then we have Jivesh Nandan sir, we have Mukesh Dadit, then we have Kishore Raga sir also, for their presence here amongst us to make sure that this event happened. We thank our Vice Chancellor sir to making this event actually speaking be happening at our premise, and quite obviously the credit should be also given to Dr. Shruti. And she has been the person behind this to get into this complete activity to make not only us understand much more into this subject per se, but also give our own insights and topic into it. Our students who are also part of this activity, unless and until you people also participate and take something out of this. Now, the whole discussion then will be limited only to the people who are knowledgeable already sitting here and to the people who have come from outside who are going to give their inputs. The students also should be an active participants in this particular subject, and that quite obviously shall be ensured by the respective faculty members who are also sitting here. So thank you once again. Thank you for presence of each one of you who is present in the university as a registrar of the university. I would also be failing in my duty if I don't thank my complete staff, the team of electricians, the team of IT, the team of administrative staff who made this complete event happen. So even if they're not here today, so in their absence, I would still like to compliment them and thank everybody for this presence. Thank you and thanks a lot. Have a great day at Terisas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now conclude the inaugural session of the conference, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers, dignitaries, and attendees. Now I request Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate Mr. Mukesh Satish. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Kishore Bhuvagra to felicitate Mr. Jivesh Nandan. Thank you so much, everyone. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the event for their invaluable support. Our silver sponsor, Tiano, an electrolyzer manufacturer in India. Our bronze sponsors, Vengtech, EPC organization based out of London and Chennai. SMA, solar inverters manufacturer based out of Germany. MK Sorotech, a chemical manufacturer based out of Germany again. Tepro, solar panels, waterless cleaning robotic manufacturer based out of Pune. Sikit, earthing solutions provider based out of Chennai. Care Renewables, providing solar power plant solutions. And finally, JSS Renewables Energy, a solar EPC provider based out of Chennai. So thank you, everyone. Please enjoy a brief intermission before we proceed with the next segment of our conference post 20 minutes. Thank you so much, everyone. Also, we will request dignitaries to wait for a commemorative photograph outside.
would like to thank our silver sponsors, Tiano, our bronze sponsors, Ventec, SMS, NKS Autotech, Tepro, Siket, KS Renewable, and JSS Renewable Energy. As we progress further into our day of insightful discussions, we are about to delve into an innovative and promising field at the intersection of agriculture and renewable energy, agrivoltaics. It is an immense pleasure to welcome Mr. YVK Rahul. Sir holds a master's degree in solar energy from Dalarna University, Sweden, and has a vast experience in the field of agrivoltaics and green hydrogen. He currently serves as a technical advisor and project manager at Indo-German Energy Forum. Mr. Rahul will lead us through the potentials and mechanics of combining solar energy production with agricultural practices.
Good morning, everyone. So, agri-PV, agrivoltaics, and APV, these are the buzzwords for combining solar energy and farming processes together. I'll show you a short video before we go on to the presentation. Sound nahi aa raha.
Volume.
Thank you. So, how many of you here do not know what agri is? You know, you didn't know. Okay, okay. So all the others know in the room. Okay. Okay, so for all who do not know, it is combining traditional farming methods with solar installations, which are raised at a certain height. Normally, for a normal solar plant, you have the installation which is done at a height of 1 meter or a little more. But here you raise the height either to 1.25 or 0.75 or 3.75, like how we've done in our project. So if you see the broader classification of agrivoltaics or agri-PV, this is something that is created by Fraunhofer ISC in Germany, which is like the institute to go for any of the agrivoltaics related innovations across the world. So here you have the classification that has been done into an open system and a closed system. Open system generally has interspaced PV panel rows or overhead PV panel rows, and the closed ones have are generally seen in PV greenhouses, wherein it's completely closed enclosure, and the panels are either fitted with the shade house or greenhouse, or however it is possible in that permutation combination. With the open, you can also have the fixed tilt, single axis tracking, and double axis tracking. Um, Open systems can be for grassland farming, arable farming, horticulture, aquaculture, and indoor farming, wherein PV greenhouses are mostly for horticultural or aquaculture farm. You can see a couple of examples here. You have grazing annual crops, temporary pasture, crop rotations, use of use of large machinery, which you can actually do in open agri-PV systems. But these are typically not possible in closed. With closed, the advantages you have there is floating PV, aquaculture, wherein you can combine with new age farming and generate the produce as well as electricity at the same time. So agrivoltaics mega trends, yeah. So what is needed for agri-PV push in any country? So first one is the policy learning, if you would ask me. So we need to get the schemes right, avoid malpractices, and remove barriers to sector-wise development. So here we already have something called Kusum components that are existing in India. How many of you know about this? I'm asking the students, not the professors, yeah? Yeah, so the Kusum components, yeah? So there are three Kusum components, Kusum A, B, and C. So Kusum component A is something what everybody is hitting on to install an agri-PV installation in India. So this again differs by largely with respect to the states where it is installed also across India. So we need a lot of policy making that is required in India. for agri-PV to push forward in a megawatt scale. Secondly, from a technological innovation, as I said, single and dual axis tracking. So we have not experimented a lot with axis trackings using solar systems. Also, automation with respect to algorithms. We are still in the process. GIZ, along with Sunseed, who is our co-partner in the Develop PPP project, we are developing crop algorithms that will enable you to design an agrivoltaic system in a couple of minutes based on the crop you choose and the location you choose. That is something that is majorly required for agri-PV also to move forward in the right direction. Then coming from the crop perspective or the agricultural perspective, you need water management, integration with the horticultural crops, majorly because like so far the idea is agrivoltaics is most suitable for horticultural crops. Also for a lot of other crops, but as a first go, we need to start with the horticultural crops. And third one is the agronomy, wherein you need to know how you rotate the crop, which crop combinations to use, which I will come at a later stage. So, like I said, policies, right? Why policies so important? So these are some of the countries across the globe which already have policies for agri-PV in place, wherein they have also defined in some cases how much is the allowed yield loss if you put a solar system above your crop. So that is ranging from 20 to 35% almost. And if you see in Germany and Japan, there are comparatively stricter rules. Italy, France are comparatively looser. China, India, USA are in the process of developing a policy for agri-PV specifically. So this is again a potential estimate that has been done by EY, CSTEP, Fraunhofer ISA along with GIZ in the last 2 years. So here you can see two maps of India. The green one shows the total cultivated area with almost entirely land that is arable. And the other one shows the GHI, which is the global horizontal irradiation across India. So here, if you are choosing 36 crops, 36 horticultural crops, then the total cultivated area is around 104 million hectares. And out of which, if you are still cutting down and choosing 17 suitable crops, then it's around 20 million hectares, which are like already proven technologies on crops for installing the agri-PV systems. So here again, for such kind of crops, if there were several simulations that have been done with different orientations of setting up your solar system. So if you consider an overhead south installation, then you per hectare you can get a solar installation of almost 650 kilowatt peak. The same if you go with east-west, it's around 750, and with interspace, it can be around 400 kilowatt peak. Of course, the numbers here can vary a bit based on the geographical location and a lot of other factors, but this is like a overall and broader view. Next. Coming to the business models of agri-PV also, right? So in this potential estimate, they have actually considered two types of farmers. One is the small farmers which have lands less than 2 hectares, and medium farmers that have lands more than 2 hectares. So here the farmers are availing subsidized free power when it's less than 2 hectares, and for greater than 2 hectares, they are actually contributing in giving the power to the grid. Next. Overview of agri-PV in India. What has India done so far in terms of agri-PV? So we have almost 23 pilots that are existing across India. You can actually go through the study that has been done by NSCFI, which gives you a good overview of all the entire pilots across India so far. And the installation capacity of all these pilots is approximately 20 megawatt. The one big 10 megawatt installation is happened in Dhule, Maharashtra, with a company called Grow Solar. So that is the largest one. So the rest of 22 plants are almost around 10 to 12 megawatt, so to say. And then there were several hundreds of, there were almost 100 events that happened on APV, several national level workshops and conferences. The legal framework for India, yeah. So far, along with NSCFI again, and with a lot of private consultants and legal firms, we have established the legal framework for 11 states in India. And we are in the planning of doing the legal study for another 11 states. So out of the 11 states, I would say Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka have seen to be some promising states to install Agri-PV. Also, Delhi, maybe Surendraji will speak about it later, so I won't talk much about it. Yeah. And then we've made several policy making suggestions and initiatives along with the Indian Agrivoltaics Alliance that has been also set up by NSCFI. And then, of course, the potential estimate I already just spoke about. So this potential estimate has been speaking a lot along the ministries of new and renewable energies and as well as currently with the Ministry of Agriculture. Next one. Yeah, again, GIZ's work in the field of agrivoltaics in India. We're doing several awareness programs through several sessions in platforms like Renew, Intersolar, and a lot of other conference sessions wherein we have participated in showcase the work and brought awareness about Agri-PV in India. We've also conducted several political delegations from the ministry to inform them about what is happening across the world on Agri-PV. So we have taken them to several conferences in Italy, Netherlands, South Korea, Germany. And we have two most technologically advanced pilots that have been established along with the cooperation of our project partner Sunseed in Manwat and Nasik. The Manwat one you just saw, the Nasik one is upcoming. Then we have several rooftop projects which we want to also set up on a smaller scale with an installation capacity of 5 to 10 kilowatt peak, which are in the preparatory phase. Then we have research partnerships with universities like IARI and University of Parbhani, VNMKV, Vasantrao Nayak, Marathwada, Krishi Vidyapeeth in Parbhani. Then we have we are doing the preparatory work for establishing the Center of Excellence along with IARI. So there is an event happening on the 20th of March, which is next Wednesday. So please feel free to come to this event wherein it's the launch of the Center of Excellence for Agri-PV. Then along with NSCFI, we have formed the Indian Agri-PV Alliance very recently. We've conducted several student training sessions on Agri-PV, on building dummy systems, on understanding how the approach needs to go in terms of both crop and the solar system to students from IRI in the last year. And then we've planned several farmer training sessions for which we are developing the curriculum with Skill Council, Green Jobs, and several FPOs in Maharashtra. So coming to the pilots, so I won't speak much about the first pilot. So you've seen the video, so that video speaks a lot about the first pilot. Coming to the second one, we are setting up the second project in Maharashtra, Nasik. Again, in Sayadri Farms, which is an FPO. Here the installation capacity is around 500 kilowatt peak. And it's operational. The solar system is operational since January. But we've still not started the farming process. So this is again going to be one of the unique projects because here we are doing only fruits and specifically grapes. So grapes with agrivoltaics has been a very proven technology in countries like France and south of Italy. And also there are a couple of projects which are coming up in south of Spain. So we would also want to see how agrivoltaics projects work with grapes. So because grapes is a huge market in the belt of Maharashtra, in and around Nasik. So this project can speak volumes in case it works and we have good results in the next 2 years. And then again, as I said, we're planning a couple of rooftop projects which are going to come up in Delhi. The idea to have projects in Delhi, Surinder ji knows, is to bring the ministries very easily for them to see something that is happening practically. Yeah, these are a couple of pictures of the site from the Manvat project. Next. These are technical specifications. I won't go into all of this. Next. So yeah, these are a couple of pictures. Next. So here for this season, we are doing bananas and cabbages. Here you can see. So the chrysanthemum and all of the other crops which we did was for the first season. The banana, soya, pigeon pea was for this season. Next. Yeah, so I'll come to the learnings most importantly. So here the light distribution within the shade house in line with predictions of light simulations was done. So what we did was we took a couple of crops, we jotted down on the crops because the system was already designed. And then we thought, okay, for this much of GHI and PAR, we can do these set of crops. And we observed that the light distribution was not very homogeneous, but still below the panels, there was optimal photosynthesis for almost all the crops. So shade nets helps in diffusing the light because we had an external shade net which contributed into the albedo and a lot of other factors. It also contributed in diffusion of light. So even though the radiation was around 50% compared to the ambient, the air temperature did not reduce in the shade house because it was partially open as well. And it was retractable and there was good airflow. Then there was almost 20% less consumption of water due to reduced evapotranspiration in this scenario, particularly in Manvat. It's a very dry area. So there is a lot of evapotranspiration, which you can see in this area. It's water stressed area. So in places like this, evapotranspiration plays a key role when you come to microclimate management. Next one. Yeah, so crop yields for few crops have been almost seen 30 to 35% higher. And for few, it has been 5 to 10%. There are several crops which worked, several crops which did not work. We were growing fruits and flowers together and vegetables together, which is not a very good combination, was what we learned. We went with almost 14 crops in the first season. That was technically not a very good decision to grow everything in one shade net. Like, growing 6 to 7 varieties in one shade net was not a great idea because the diseases that come to the crops that produce fruits is different from the crops that have flowers or vegetables. So the management was like not as easy as we expected. That's why for the second season, we just went with 4 crops. So again, the pest attacks which happened was like very saddening, wherein we lost a good amount of yield when we thought we would already be having the fruiting phase. Then again, the light distribution we discussed, right? So we tried out fruits like watermelon and muskmelon. These things have technically just not worked under the panels. Of course, we had the fruit, we had the size, but the quality of the fruit was just not good. So these are some of the important learnings we saw from the crop. Next. So this is the second project I spoke about in Nasik, which is coming up. So here you can see the installation has already been done. So the difference between the first project and second project is here we are using single axis trackers also. and it will be completely with grapes. Next. Yeah. I will skip this also. So due to the albedo effect, we have seen a good amount of increase of yield from the solar side due to the bifacial gain. Here you can see the land equivalent ratio that we have calculated for several crops. So here one of the best crops that we thought was working under the shade and in the shade house was capsicum. Second was cucumber, tomato. Then comes chrysanthemum, roses, marigold, basil, watermelons, and muskmelons. You see, as I told you, watermelons and muskmelons did not work very well. Although we had the yield, the quality of fruit was the problem. Then we have 8 projects that are coming up in establishment with IRI, VNMKV again, Banaras Hindu University, Symbiosis, PEDA, which is in IIT Rupa. We have a develop PPP phase 2 also, wherein we are planning a lot of rooftop projects in Delhi. Then on policy advocacy, we have also been very actively involved with NSCFI again in defining the APV of what exactly it should mean, what is the allowable land equivalent ratio, what is the allowable yield loss. Then to have state regulated APV policy benefiting farmers by identifying solar crops as a first step. And then, of course, going to all the other crops at a later stage. Having a single window approach for setting up APV installations. Coming to crop specific ideas, we are also wanting to establish an APV structure in one of the tea gardens in Assam. We are in talks with establishing such a pilot project because again, tea and coffee are something which are hugely being looked at to install agri-PV installations. Then, of course, herbs in Gujarat, strawberries in Uttar Pradesh, because Uttar Pradesh is promoting a lot of strawberry plantations across the state. And of course, some apples in Himachal, provided the height is probably a bit less. Yeah, that's it from my end. You can contact me on that email ID if you want, and also my colleague Tatiana, who's sitting here. Yeah, and any questions you can actually post to the email down, agripv@energyforum.com. Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Yes. Yeah, it will. That's why we are choosing solar crops, no? We are choosing crops that love shade. That's what is the first step, so to say. And again, if you really want to do any kind of crop under the panels, then you need to choose the panel in such a way that it allows ample amount of light. So if you see several installations that are happening in Europe, they are using panels that are semi-transparent, which allow, maybe if a traditional panel allows 10% of light, that will allow 40% of light. So it's about seeing these factors, which I said, PAR, which is called photosynthetically active radiation. So you need to check what that value is for every crop before you decide that you want to do tomatoes or brinjals or cucumbers or whatever you want to do under the panels.
The kind of install capacity in Germany or
good question. I don't know the exact number, but it should be somewhere around 50 megawatts, 50 to 70 megawatts. I'm giving you an approximate number, it could change.
I think it should be applicable, suitable for kitchen gardens also, many households in India they have.
Yeah, that's why we are aiming at rooftop, yeah.
What is the business model like? What is the relationship with the farmers? And how is it going to be a sustainable business model for a farmer? What is the income generation that we're looking at? Especially with respect to the solar, not the yields that you've already shown in your presentation. They have increased.
Yeah. So I can speak about my projects. Yeah. So the first project it's a developer-based project. So developer is the hero. They actually hired a farming company which comes and does farming on a contract basis. So the connection with the farmer there is comparatively less. But the second one, which is coming up in Nasik right now, it's an FPO based. So here the farmer is the hero. Farmer decides how he wants to do, what he wants to grow under the panels, when he wants to grow. If he does not want to, then there will be no farming, and if he wants to do, then there will be farming. But in the first case, it was not like that. The developer kind of had the system designed, and then we came up with crops suiting the system. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So it's basically the tariff that decides. So that's why we are coming up with a attractive policy suggestion that MNRE will come up with soon. So yeah. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
One quick question. In terms of policy, you talked about attracting power tariff.
Yeah.
Would that be from the discount to the farmer? The discount to the generator?
Typically, yes. I think Surinder ji is the better person to answer that question. I am not very well versed with how the discoms and the farmers are generally connected. But yeah, I think in most of the cases it would be the discoms. Yeah. Yes.
From the technical point of view,
Yes.
optimal results from the point of view of the farmers.
Yes.
Crop wise,
Yeah.
type of crop wise,
Yeah.
attitude wise, what is the optimal height of the solar panel that you recommend based on your research and stuff?
So like we tried out 3 different combinations, like I said here, right? 1.75 height, 1.25, and 3.75. So 3.75, the reason we chose was we will have more wider range of creepers. Like we tried out cucumbers, bottle gourds, bitter gourds, which cross to go to a higher height. We also tried bananas this season. So the bananas were almost 4 meters, almost touching the panels. So the higher the height, the more the options you will have. But the idea also to do 1.25 and 1.75 was to reduce the cost of the project, because most of them are marginal farmers. It does not, everybody probably cannot go to a 3.75 height because it increases the project cost also. So the idea to do 1.75 and 1.25 was to try out crops like coriander, leafy vegetables, cabbage, like how we're doing now.
Yes.
Millets, we have not experimented yet, sir, but that is in plan with the VNMKV University to experiment in the next 4th season. So now it's the 3rd season. So in the 4th season, we will experiment millets as well.
So you're not
No, we have just done pigeon pea and soya right now. Both of them have done very well. Yes, yes. So millets is the next step. Yeah.
Is there any research that's being available?
Not yet, sir. We are in the process of publishing 2 papers. They will be out very soon. Whenever should they be out, I will keep you guys informed. Yeah.
Hi. So I come from a very small village of Madhya Pradesh, and our village comes NP scheme. So we have been highly subsidized for Kusum scheme, and almost every second farmer in my village comes under Kusum scheme. And positively, we have started growing strawberries. We come from an area in Madhya Pradesh. We always grew either soya bean or wheat. That was all.
Yeah.
But the limitation I saw there was, since my village never had electricity, and now it is so easily available that despite, like, we have solved the electricity issue, but now we have water issue because the canal that goes from my village, it used to dry up 4 or 5 months post the rainy season.
Yeah.
It has dried up 2 months before that.
Yeah.
So it has happened because of all the solar grids happening, because people keep their motor open. We are very cautious about that before. So I have 2 questions. I found this one limitation. Do you have such limitations of agri-politics? If so, please explain me briefly. And second thing is, Are there any options of connecting them to the main grid? Because that is not happening in the village either.
Yeah. So the distance to the substation is a key factor, I would say. So it depends. I mean, of course, you can still connect even if it's far, but like there will be ample losses. So one is the distance, of course. Coming to the second question about water management, yes, I mean it depends upon how water stressed that region is, right? So if you're maybe Emi can answer that better at a later stage.
I'm noting that many questions.
Yes, yes. He's from the Water Management Institute, so they know things better on which areas. I mean, coming to Madhya Pradesh, of course, I think it's not least. Yeah.
I have one question here. Like you said, Assam and Kolkata, festival is for tea gardens, right?
Yeah.
So I come from a small village in Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
My district is Uti, they say Uti.
Uh-huh.
It's a tea garden, tea focused.
Yes.
So why not?
Sure. I mean, coming to tea, first thing you think of is Assam. So that's why we were thinking of, with Assam, and we had got in touch with the university there to do the pilot. So that's why I mentioned Assam. But yes, Uti also can be a option. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Have you also explored, connecting this agro PV to the agricultural feeders that are available? Because the agriculture friendly feeders that we don't have, there might be the issues of lower loads, higher lengths, and the higher voltage.
Yeah.
So does the study also accommodate the grid integration factor for that?
Yeah, so the second project that is coming up in Nashik, that is looking at this point. We missed out that point in the first project because it was a part of a bigger solar plant which was 50 megawatts. So we had certain limitations there. But with the second plant, yes, we are looking at.
Any findings out of that? Like
No.
voltage issues or?
No, not yet. We've just started in January. So maybe if you meet me 1 year later, I can give you better numbers. Yeah. Thank you then. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. To expand on the topic, we'll now host a panel discussion under the chairmanship and moderation of Dr. Raghuram Arjuna. Dr. Arjuna, along with our panelists, will explore the multifaceted aspects of agri-PV, from environmental benefits to economic viability. We have on the panel with us today Mr. Surinder Ahuja, CEO of Sunmaster, a prominent leader in the solar EPC sector. Next, we have Mr. Nishant Verma. He's a manager, climate and energy at Grand Bharat Energy. Sir holds a master degree in solar energy and is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Next, we have with us Mr. Gopal Kumar. He's a researcher, International Water Management Institute. He has published over 150 publications and peer-reviewed over 60 journals as well. Next, we have with us Mr. Lucky Agarwal. He's our esteemed alumnus with an MTech focused in renewable energy engineering. He's currently managing director at Solar Tech Sarthi Private Limited. And finally, we have Prasoon Anand. He's manager of projects and operations at NECEFI. Over to the panelists for the discussions. Thank you.
Okay. So I was listening to a lot of questions, like really interesting. And before entering into the session, like, I would request all the panelists to introduce them and also tell some brief point of what they are doing this.
Good morning to all. I'm Dr. Gopal. I'm particularly researcher in international water management. And prior to this, I was almost 20 years in the Council of Agriculture, with the principal researchers in the researcher and researchers. There, my specialty is natural resource management. specifically for water meter. Coming to me, I am more part of water minutes and gradually I'm what now energy also so every. Thank you.
Hello. So, hi, good morning all. I'm Nishant Verma. I'm working at Grant Thornton Bharat as a manager, and we are focused into the electric product space. So, I have like 8+ years of experience, particularly in the decentralized solar space. And so, let me just ask questions regarding that agri feeder solarization. So in the past, I've been involved in the 200 megawatt plus magnitude solarization, which had like more than 100 major sites. We'll have a more discussion around it. Apart from the solar space, I've been involved in the biomass fields and hydrogen schemes as well, and now involved in like looking around various aspects of it field and looking forward to have inside the discussion.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Surendra Rauja from Master. We are the system integrator and we are working in the renewable energy since 2019 and all in the agrivoltaics as well. We had established 3-4 prototypes in the outskirts of Delhi with the agrivoltaics, and we are doing some sort of research in terms of the agriculture. We are working to increase the farmer income, and we are working in between the nexus of energy versus food supply and sustainability. So presently, we are in the process to establish this sort of the cropping we are able to do and how we can increase the farmer income underneath of the solar panels. And although in our research we found that we can increase the production of the solar as well and the cropping.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shakti Agarwal, co-founder of Solar Starting Private Limited. I did my master's in renewable from Delhi University, so I'm also a part of you. So I have almost 10 years of experience in solar PV industry from rooftop and ground-based projects. I have worked in EPC, consulting background, capacity building and all. In solar Sarthi, particularly, we are distributing the premier POS components that are used in microphone in rooftop projects. And we are also looking from the perspective how to increase the safety of your residential projects or commercial projects, reducing the fire risk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prasoon. I'm from National Solar Energy Federation of India. I'm the project manager over there. So basically, the National Solar Energy Federation of India is one of the largest policy advocacy body of solar. So we deal with all the policy advocacy. We are a member body, and I have done a bachelor's in electrical electronics from Vellore Institute of Technology. And I have experience of 8 years in renewable energy, especially in solar, because that is very much close to my heart. And I come from a background of mini grids, telecom. I worked out there, so I'm looking forward for a great session. Thank you.
And Dr. Raghuram, I have 15 years of solar system integration as an entrepreneur. Like, so in SEPA, like we do a lot of workshop, as I mentioned. In agri-voltaic, first point I just want to discuss with the panelists. So first thing, like discom going to play the major role in agri-voltaic because they whatever the project we come, we are going to integrate with them. So I just put like whether the discom have the facility of substation to evaluate the agrivoltaic kind of projects, which is going to be discussing as of now. So first we will discuss the challenges first. So first is the discom and the substation availability, and second thing, the bankers financing. For existing, like we know, like it's very easy to get loans at very attractive interest rate. But if you see for an agrivoltaic, like how they are going to get finance, like from with the present banks. And third point, as an integrators again, how we are going to make the lease arrangements with the farmers and with the buyers. So these 3 points, I just want to ask Surendra. So he's the right person, right? We can throw 3 points on this.
If we can talk about the first point, that is the availability of the feeder label and all the things. As of my opinion, yes, it's available across the India because everywhere, in every village, we have 11 kV feeder. And on 11 kV feeder, we are able to draw approximately 5 megawatt of the total power. So it depends upon the discom to discom and how they are motivated towards to procure the more renewable energy, or as the Ministry of Power already released a guideline for the DRE, which is distributed renewable energy. So agrivoltaic is going to be play a very good role in terms of, if we are talking about in every village we can install 1 megawatt and 2 megawatt of the plant. So in India we have more than 750,000 villages. If we can gather about 400 villages or 500 villages, then we have 1 megawatt solar plant. So we very easily we are able to achieve over 500 gigawatt target, right? And this is the one thing. And although all these plants are distributed RE, so there is a less of line losses. And if we are talking about in terms of discom, so if discom is going to deliver the power at a particular point in a village, there will be line losses for the discom. Let's take an example. Discom average power procurement cost of power is 4 rupees. And if they are going to deliver it somewhere around 20 kilometers or 50 kilometers away from the grid, like 20 kilometers away, the cost of that distribution is somewhere around 6 rupees or 5 rupees 80%. And all the line losses and the maintenance of the network. So we are going to start feeling from that end point where they are going to distribute the power. So there will be a win-win situation for Discom as well as for the producer who is going to produce the power over there. We have faced the Discom distribution challenges over here in Delhi as well. It is depending upon the non-availability of the grid in the rural area. Like if they have 11 kV grid, they have a compulsion to take like more than 4 megawatt and 5 megawatt. So as of our opinion, we in the agrivoltaic since last 4 years, as of now, I'm confident enough we are able to install like 1 megawatt and 2 megawatt plant in all over the different outskirts of India and the states and the states.
Hello. Yeah, and so first of all, thank you to Rahul so for the insightful presentation. So he talked about custom. So just to give you a background about the custom component. So there is a component C which talks about agricultural solar, and then there are certain states, those who have their own scheme for feeder solar, like the state of Maharashtra, which has solar Krishi Vahini Yojana. In the past, so we had like 500 megawatt plus of PPA signed with MSCDC, that's the Discom of Maharashtra, and implemented almost around 200 megawatt plus. So the major challenge there was, so let's talk about the benefit. So they already identified the substations, agri-feeder substations, what are the capacity available, how much solar capacity those substations can accommodate. So that was already done by the Discom. So challenges was, so earlier the power was available during the night time. So they don't have the provision during the daytime. So that was one of the real challenge once the solar was like installed and commissioned on those substations. And once, in the past 1 year, so Discoms have realized that those with the help of solar, they have been able to reduce their losses. They have been able to reduce their revenue losses. So those were the benefits as well. So obviously, the challenges remain, but slowly those are as solar capacity is growing, particularly for the feeder, agri-feeders, agri-feeders. So we are seeing the benefits as well. So that's my take on this.
Yeah. So I just want to add Surendra's thing. Like as you mentioned, it's if you calculate cumulatively that we can achieve easily the government target, but how we are going to achieve? We know per megawatt we roughly get 40 to 50 lakhs of unit. So in agrivoltaic again, if you see uh, when we talk on the finance pocket, we need to achieve that number. And again, if you for but taking like a state of Tamil Nadu, so roughly they have some 1,800 substations. Most of the substations are outskirts of like most of them are have already installed solar at the lower heights, like as Rahul mentioned, like all with at least 1 meter height. So all completely is pledged. So now the substation, which is inside the city limit, where the land cost is too high, where again, as you mentioned, that the distance of the substation, that 10 kilometer, that's secondary. But how we are going to identify the substations? Anyway, the discounts are there, but even though how we are going to integrate for as like how the discounts are supported. I hope you are from Delhi. Yeah.
You see, if we are talking about the substation, so in Delhi also the substation have the same network wherever in rest of the India. If we are talking about, it's in the solar is always the vice versa. If I'm talking about my substation is at point A and my plant is at point B and the distance is 20 kilometers away and there is a field available. So from point A, if they are supplying power to the point B, which is the village, so they are bearing the power losses. Discom is bearing the power losses. The delivery cost of the power is more than whatever the point A, nearer to the point A. So if I'm going to put my plant at point B and start feeding from point B area, like the entire village, and start feeding back to the grid. So it is reducing it is beneficial to the DISCOM and it's reducing the cost of the transmission losses. Second, if we are talking about end field connectivity or like the village connectivity, if you are going to put the agri voltage nearer to the village because all the farmlands is nearer to the village, it's not in the city. So if as the government already put the schemes like Kusum A and Kusum B and C, these all are the schemes which is supporting the agrivoltaics, right? If we are going to put the plant, as I put my plant in the outskirts of Delhi, where there is a large village of Delhi. So previously there was always a voltage fluctuation issues with the villagers, and there was a less electricity there, and their feeders were always failing out due to the external load from the village. After putting our plant over there, we are supplying to 20 villages of that area. That is a Java group. And although sometimes if they don't have a power in the backside, they will just take it back from the single line, like PRPL, to take that power back to the capacitor and feed it to the other capacitor. So this is a benefit for the distributed RE, right? So as of my opinion, the agrivoltaics is a new situation for everyone in the India, like Indians type of the country, because we are growing crops as well and we are producing power where it is required at that time. Although the Bhadla plant is coming up with a 30 gigawatt. So they are producing there and after that they are supplying to Delhi and Haryana and Punjab and different states. There is a transmission loss involved there. And if there will be some sort of a tsunami and all the things will be there and the plant gets so there is an entire risk of the supplying power to us. If it is distributed power, then it is always available for business. Like same as a rooftop. Right. Okay.
So Gopal, like you are having your experience in water extraction. So can you add what's how like most of the substations, like most of the situations where we are facing with water, even in the outskirts, so even it's very difficult to get water at summer. So can you add on?
Thank you, Ram. From degree side, so I told you probably I'm the only one to bring from degree side more into this. Rest are more solar side. So let me set the background for degree side and then I'll go ahead and the speak for. And there are few students probably their level of understanding is not matching with us. Just for facilitating them to come to this level of discussion, I think 2 minutes. Regarding agriculture scenario, now in country we are producing around 340 million tons of fruits and vegetables and around 330 tons of food grains. So in terms of production, we are really self-sufficient. Even improved in vegetable also, if you see FAO guidelines or WHO guideline of horticulture, we are far ahead than the requirement. Okay. But then our population is going to get stabilized around 160 billion, maybe by 2050. So for them, we need much more production. So it is not only sustainability in production, we need sustainable growth in production. That means we will need more land, more resource, and then, the new challenge like climate change. Similarly, coming to the energy, the energy requirement is going to increase because we are developing that one system. Just for fully residential complexes, there is projection that next 6-7 years, the energy requirement is going to increase by 9 points just for fully residential area because of climate warming. So that means we need sustainable growth in both sectors. We need green energy, and for them we need land. So there is obvious competition for land, for agriculture as well as for energy. I think the rest all gatherings are aware, just for students and trying to figure that you understand this thing, that we need more land. Unfortunately, the solar part and crop part is competing because of the same wavelength of energy. Had it been different, probably scenario would be a little easier for us to integrate. Now we are going to integrate and competing for same wavelength. PAR is for solar as well as this. So obviously we have to make some space, we have to make some radiation available for crop. That is a thumb rule, and for that I thank Rahul that in beginning itself he said that and all concept was explained. My point is that there are few researchable issues in terms of radiation. We play with spacing of the panel. Field and axis tracking and all are okay. We assume that people understand we can calculate spacing and elevation. So I'll throw some more points for maybe you will prepare it also. Still, we are not in very much clear understanding of radiation distribution pattern versus specific pattern, elevation of the panel. A simple computation and estimation can be done. And using the Rahul's data of radiation, which is taken at different height, probably getting a model can be calibrated so that for crop profiling later on, those data can be used instead of having field level demonstration for everything. Okay, that is one researchable point I am taking. Second, probably Rahul mentioned, but the cost that you was I have to mention the additional cost. Suppose for calculation, we are suggesting to increase the panel height. To take panel height from 1 meter to 4 meter, it takes almost 30 lakh of additional investment per hectare. So any wise person will think that probably a conventional agriculture, including millets and pigeon feed, will not compensate for this additional investment. So they have to be practical enough. Probably a highly commercialized protected cultivation which the urbanity is trying on is the only option which can where some return, probably at least 3 lakh per hectare of return is logical to compensate that additional investment itself. So probably that need a cost income computation as well as. And the good part in this case is that there are other government programs going on which can support this transition. And this amalgamation of this agri with protected cultivation setup. The vision on integrated vertical horticulture going on, where government is supporting farmers to build facilities for protected cultivation. There will be poly house infrastructure and pillars now. Infrastructure of this solar PV, what Parvani is trying probably can be better customized in building itself, and farmer can take benefit of this program government MIDS also and merge both, because a part of that system is coming from your degree side and rest if you merging both together. Probably that seems a bit logical, but then production needs to be highly commercialized cash crop. For that, crop profiling and all research has to be done, obviously, and people are doing it actually. It is not that below solar panel, otherwise there are which is segregating and profiling crop, which can grow under said condition. I'll contradict Rahul one word that normally, casually, we say that shade loving plants. Frankly, there is no shade loving plant. There is plant which can survive in shade and produce. Basically, they need sunlight. So shade loving means you can't grow in complete dark. So that means there is profiling, and profiling part is good. So this is one part. I'm taking one point from Madhya Pradesh now. I'm coming to your assignment, which you given me regarding water and all. Someone from Madhya Pradesh told that the canal is trying to run in advance. It is not in Madhya Pradesh, it is in other states also. You see Punjab and Haryana groundwater. Because the electricity is highly subsidized there. You see the ground base of groundwater decline there. So there is always land water energy food nexus, And for that, makes us researchers and other people are trying to get synergy out of that instead of having trade-off between. Because if you give free energy, there will be more extraction of water, there will be a use of water. Unless and until that energy is used for efficient management as well. So we have to identify synergy, and that is one very particular relevant question. Anywhere if you put free electricity, that we are facing in the SIP, so very irrigation project. Because wherever these things are connected to grid, at least there is some incentive of getting a return because it is connected to grid, you are supplying electricity to grid and in return you are getting some. But where it is not connected to grid, it is here wasted. So farmers sometimes overuse it. They just keep on pumping. They don't want to invest in their level to cut off and use some other setup to optimize their water management. So this is a genuine problem, and we don't have really any solution. Frankly speaking, now we are working at it. Me also we are trying to get synergy out of this. So I think there are these few points I wanted to. My emphasis will be there in this case that our team should explore convergence with other schemes. That is the only practical thing. I see the practical thing that unless and until you convert with protected cultivation, there is drive for increasing protected cultivation in the country. And the motivator for that is that now protected produce from protected cultivation has greater acceptance in export market outside also. Otherwise, we are using insecticide now. Once you are in protected cultivation, you are using very limited chemicals and pesticides. So even Middle East and other countries, they accept our produce. So better capitalize that and merge those protected cultivation with it. That to me it looks like. So I'll stop here maybe in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. So coming back to Lucky, like is into distribution and the selection of the components. So selection of components is going to be the major challenge. So because it is going to be longer stock of 20 to 30 years. So there are some 25 to 30 components which are used in solar system. Basically, we see that solar plant will work for 30 years. So it's like how we are going to select the component, right component, and I would ask Lucky to how to select the right component. This is going to last us for 25 to 30 years.
Thank you, sir. So again, I'll start this session is agree the USP was the agriculture and solar thing can be both done simultaneously, right? But with that, the USP, there's one point here is that the safety is also a very concerned topic here for both the solar minded persons and the farming people that will be involved. So usually in conventional solar plants, the ground-based plants, we install plants at a very dedicated place where only the technical persons will be allowed to get into the plant. But in every TV, fortunately or unfortunately, we have our regular activities of farming that would be under those PV installations. And unfortunately, solar PV is working on 1500 volt DC. That is a very, very dangerous voltage if not handled carefully. So again, coming to the selection of components here becomes a very, very crucial role. Even a single plastic cable tie, we are using of a very bad quality, and we are talking about 30 years of plant lifetime, and the cable tie just breaks down because of a very bad quality of UV resistant, then the DC cables can be handy. That can be a very serious issue when you are doing farming activities under that solar panels. And if the connectors have a more stress, then DC arcing can lead to a very huge fire. So, selection of very small components should be there, and the bus have their built-in solar rooftop applications that we should not miss in every photovoltaic. So there should be an initiative of government that they decide the best practices, from the already pilots that are there in India. So we try to use the best practices from them and the internationally best practices and develop our specific guidelines for electrical safety, first thing, and then second, again, the second issue is with the increasing technology, solar PV module size is also being increasing from 1.5 meter now, module size is 2.2 meters. And again, in every photovoltaic, when we increase the height of my solar PV system, then the impact of wind again is increasing, and blowing of the modules. Again, the life threat of people that are working below the modules is again here. So the selection of the components should be guided by the government or the other organizations that should be initiated with the initial establishments of this type of organizations.
Yeah, thanks. Again, going for the selection of the components, people in most of the installation, if you see they have used the small components bolt nut kind of thing, will compromise. So going forward, due to that, the system, the structure stability will be not going to be long lost. So this we can see throughout most of the installation. And again, the cabling, as you mentioned, that cable installation, there is no best practice as you mentioned. There should be some kind of in SEPA, we were also trying to come up with some kind of certification or monitoring with joining with the DISCOM. So we'll help them and we provide the data to the DISCOM and also we connect some institution to get the data and come up with their publications. That is the kind of activity we are doing in South as of now. So again, NSCFA, we have Prasoon, National Solar Energy Federation of India. They are the organization. Without them, I can tell, without them and with Rahul's, the Indo Energy Forum. So they were the two organizations have come forward for coming with a lot of publications, and that is again creating some kind of in energy or inspiration for or other associations like us to also want to take this we want it to forward. So they have come up with some two reports. I would ask Rasul to so what are the details where most of the thing Rahul has presented. And only one point where I want to mention Rahul that we have as Murali told that I also come from a small village in Ooty. So in Ooty, there are some 400 villages and complete districts we completely depend on the tea industry. So for tea, we are also coming up with a small research paper, we are also working as of now. So for the tea, which is again the only plant which Gopal also mentioned, the tea is the only plant where ample of shaded the component is required, and also the slope orientation also is required. So we are also working with tea plantation. So, Prasul, can you add on the report, what you are trying to do and what will be your next report and how you are going to tap this market?
So, thank you. So, as CFI and IGF has a huge collaboration for working for agrivoltaics. And recently, we have also launched India Agrivoltaics Alliance, especially to address agrivoltaic sector for our country and to have such some policies related to agrivoltaics in India. So right now we have initially came up with some two reports, and one is the agrivoltaic at all installed sites that are currently present in India, that is 22. And soon we are coming up with the updated version by the end of this year, where we can get more than 35 sites installed in India, because agri-PV is intensively growing in India and everybody are thrilled to have agrivoltaic sites over in the different parts of the country. Even I visited some of the states like Maharashtra. People are very much aggressive and the farmers are very much aggressive to advocate agrivoltaics and want to install some of the agrivoltaic sites in their own farm. And I got a very good response from Uttar Pradesh also while going out there and visiting some of the rural belts. And the next report that we have got on the, as Rahul said, legal work for the 11 states of agrivoltaics. And recently in Intersolar, last month in Gujarat, we have launched best practices for agrivoltaics, where we have covered some of the good examples like Surendraji, Sunmaster, Vivek Saraf's Parbani site, Renq site, Khare Energy's Tikamgarh MP site, which is the first Kusum component site in Madhya Pradesh. He has installed agrivoltaics of 2 megawatt over there in Tikamgarh. So these are sites that we have covered over and out of best practices. And coming to the future aspects related to report and research, IAS is working day and night out to have some of the business model, good business model, that we can have for agrivoltaics fitted for the aspects of farmers or a developer, an FPO like Nasik or Sayatri Farm is coming out. So FPO oriented business model, or if you go for an open access business model, so we all are working for different types of business model. Even we have framed the policy side for agrivoltaics, also a white paper on that. And we are approaching MNRE for having this all policy for this, and our REA, all the principal action committee member like EV, IGF, TEDI, Sakti, CSTEP, CWW, ISEP Japan is also there. So we all are working together to have this policy framework upcoming for the component in PM Kusum second version. So recently we had a meeting with MNI director Sunil Chandra, and we will be soon having a good session around her, and we will be having a brainstorming session how we can accommodate agrivoltaics in the component either in A or C, because only A and C component can advocate agrivoltaics till now. Because in component A, there is written out there that agricultural land you have to install a site in an agricultural land, where you can install 500 kilowatt to 2 megawatt site in an agricultural land. And in C2, where we come for the solar level filtration, as Gopal sir was also saying and Surendra ji was saying. So, solar level filtration, the C2 component, where we can tap the subsidy that is given by the central government, that we are getting a 1.06 CR subsidy per megawatt by the central government, and state has some other subsidies, like if you ask me for UP Maharashtra, 50 lakhs is the state subsidy. So that this two subsidies can somehow make a economic model viable. If we talk about tariff, if we go to tariff, in some of these states we can't get a good tariff amount. Like we can say 3 rupees 10 paisa, 3.7 in MB. So in that case, C2 component can play a very much important role to fill that viability gap by having those subsidies. So we are in India Agrivoltaics Alliance is closely working on all those aspects day and night, and we are soon coming by the end of this year. We also feel that some agrivoltaics policy framework will be out by some of the state government or the central side. We are trying hard to get that, and even we are coming with business model and the socioeconomic impact report. Even we are creating an awareness in front of FPOs, youth farmers, women entrepreneurs who can come up and who can start doing agrivoltaics. There are self-help groups, women self-help group who can come up and do agrivoltaics in their own farm and be an entrepreneur. So we are also advocating that also, the socioeconomic impact and the inclusivity reports.
Okay. So I also want to add to Nishant, since you are from an consulting firm, so what is your point towards this?
So for editing, yeah. So I'm just recalling what Rahul presented. So in one of the slides, he presented 5 major points covering policy, technology, innovation, trainings, capacity building, knowledge sharing sessions, horticulture, and economic studies. So I think these are going to be the 4 or 5 pillars that will drive the FTPV in India. And I feel and I believe India is best suited for FTPV. We have multiple agronomic zones. We have variety of crops being grown in India. So going ahead, as Rahul was presenting, so what kind of integrating the technological innovations with crops and creating a pattern with this crops, we can have this set of designs. So that R&D in these fields, and not only solar people but agricultural people, keeping farmers in the center, keeping them in mind. So that will drive the growth of agriculture. And apart from taking up research, joint research with agricultural universities and universities that are involved in solar energy, those kind of research needs to be taken.
Okay, so very basic thing, like now solar, like we are aggressively, we are pushing solar, even like for this question is for everyone, like you see, like to convince our parents to go solar, how difficult. We all are engineers, like how difficult we were, like, but now slowly we are trying to come forward with that. But agree, you see, like we all are farmers, right? We all are farmers, even like in some point of view, like how we will convince our parents to go with this agri PV and kind of thing. So how we are going to convince and how they believe us? Even though we are engineers or whatever it may be, we are doing a lot of research and everything is fine, but we're going to the land and how we are going to convince them. And because whenever the government, when they come with some kind of subsidy, these things will hit them. Unless other than that, they're not building. So I just want to ask Surendra because he's having pilot plants, having 4 years, like he's obviously working in agrivoltaic, as he mentioned. Like, so as Rahul also mentioned, the capacity building for farmers. So how we are going to come up with a very right program and government will come with some kind of mission to target this. So capacity building in solar itself or not in a very right way, and you know very well. So in capacity building in farmers, so what are the visions that government should want to take it forward, and so how kind of an associations like us, so what are the steps we need to take forward? So please.
Thank you, Raghuram. I want to add like 3-4 points from my end, which is related to the like material used in the solar PV. I have to take it off from the topic now. Then I'll come back on it, how we can do it. If you're talking about the material is going to be used, like adding the Lucky's conversation, we have to design the system like that so that the material which are going to be used, that is going to last long. In our farms, what we did, we optimized the land. Normally, if we want to install 1 megawatt of the solar power plant, we require approximately 3 acres of land, right? What we did, we installed in 1.4 acres of land or 1 megawatt, right? So we optimize the land use first. Secondly, once we optimize the land use, we got the proper shade, so that we are able to grow the crops, which is going to be easily cash-rich crops, right? And it is going to grow under the shade. For that, the people is going to install the polyhouses. So what we did, we put the solar panels like as a polyhouse and greenhouse. Later on, I'll show you a bit small video where I can take you to my farms and you can see how we design it, right? Secondly, Raghuram added the existing solar power plants which was installed on the ground. I visited a lot of plants in the Rajasthan area, in Haryana area, which was on the ground, which is a height of approximately 0.5 meters on the front and back size 1.5 meter. If you can see the quality of the crop, quality of the soil, it was really improved in last 4 years, 5 years over there, because there is no direct sunlight in the land. And the farmer is able to grow the leafy vegetables underneath. And they are growing. Although the developer is in the panic because there is an unwanted grass is coming up and it is going to hamper the production. Before there was no grass, but then now there is grass. So that the land is automatically converted to the arable. And if we are talking about the structural height and the cost involved in it, like Gopal raised this issue over here, that the additional cost is going to be recovered from the cost of the farming products we are going to be adding it. So yes, that is one of the point we will look into it. But once we are talking about the DRE, distributed renewable energy, like distributed solar power plants in every village, so we can compensate it with the additional amount which will be spent by the DISCOM. Let's take an example that if our procurement cost of the DISCOM is 4 rupees and the delivered cost in particular feeder where we are producing is 6 rupees, if they are able to compensate with us at 5 rupees 50 paisa, so that additional cost will come from there. That's why the NSCFI is, and one of our Director General, Deepak Gupta ji, is working on the feeder label, realization of feeder label delivery cost to the farm. That is one of the add-on point. If we are able to get it to COD, we are able to do a lot of agrivoltaics in this. Because normally presently the power selling cost is 3 rupees, 10 paisa, 3 rupees, 40 paisa in the government tenders. It will be coming somewhere around 5 rupees or 4 rupees, 90 paisa. In Delhi, we are supplying to the average power procurement cost to the discom that is 5 rupees, 20 paisa. So we are able to like afford that additional cost of the structure. Okay. Right. If we are talking about how we are able to motivate the farmer, I'll come on that question. So agrivoltaic is a win-win situation in the case because firstly the farmer is always in India. If we are talking about the tradition of the farmer, why Punjab farmers are protesting for the MSP? Because they have the one system. हम तो चावल लगाएंगे, हम जीरी लगाएंगे, that's all. और वो ठेके पे देंगे और हमें पैसा मिलेगा, हमारी क्रॉप की सिक्योरिटी होनी चाहिए फिटनेस, right? That's why they are coming on the MSP. They don't want to do additional things in it. Like if we are talking about the Gujarat farmers, they have the polyhouses, they do floriculture, they do horticulture, they do different type of the things in their farm. So the young entrepreneurs are coming in the farmings and they are getting very money out of it. Like if we are talking about in our area, like in the northern belt, the people are coming up to the mushroom farms. And the turnaround time of the mushroom farm, the payout time is something around 24 months. So if I'm investing 1 crore, I'm getting out after 24 months from the mushroom farm, after selling the mushroom. So this is the entrepreneurship over there. So if we are talking about like motivation to the farmer, until unless we not involve the entrepreneurship in the agrivoltaics in the farm, it's not going to be happen because farmer is at his own thread. We are not able to change the farmer. Like we took the land on the lease to the farmer, and we are paying them the rent, and we are providing the job security as well. Farmer previously the farmer is getting like 30,000 per acre from that area. Now he's getting somewhere around 1.8 lakh rupees per year. So we just multiply the growth of the farmer to the 6 times, right? So we have to make this sort of the models and prototypes in the entire India in different places, and we have to motivate the farmer to come in. That's a true story once because in the year 2015 we got an idea to do the agrivoltaic farm and we start finding the place. We got one person in 2018 or 19 who is not interested to be talking because he is a builder. And he gave his land to us ladies. And after that, in that particular area, everyone want to give their land to the list because now they know what is the agrivoltaics and how we are changing the lives of the farmer and what is the advantages to them, what's about the energy security to them, and they are getting regular supply of power. Before that, there was a road shunting 2 hours or 3 hours because it's outskirts of Delhi and there's no one who can listen in. So these are the things which we have to put in the agrivoltaics and make it as an entrepreneurship model with the help of government. Even we did our plants without any subsidy, without any support. And because we want to make the prototype to showcase to the people how our agrivoltaics look and how we can do it differently. In our farm, we maintain the height of approximately 4.5 meters, and one pillar to another pillar is a distance of 42 feet. So, like whatsoever the tractors, mechanism, everything will go into it. And so we take care of it, everything. Even if we're talking about the design part, if we're talking about the cable laying and all the things, everything is on the top. There's nothing in the top. Even whatever the like RCC these all are the precast. We make it outside, we keep it in. So we'll take care of the soil fertility and everything. And we are not using any sort of chemicals, fertilizers, and other things. After that, we are gaining, we are multiplying the farm income by 6 times. So it is going to happen. There is no challenge in it as a our point of view.
Okay, so Vinod was mentioning the design and everything like what you showed was like they were definitely they were considering everything so long as for 30 years, 20 years. But most of the 95% of the land and substation is utilized by some XYZ developers and already is utilized. The retrofit, whether the retrofit is going to be a challenge. And where the already existing installed power plants where even the animals can be used for this grading kind of thing. That is going to be the biggest challenge where we need to see the retrofit model for the agrivoltaic. Where I just want to put Rahul, so you also want to talk, want to see that the retrofit model for the agricultural land, what we mentioned that most of the lands which were used solar, Now the crops or the sand was really good for cultivation as of now. So when we do the retrofit model with a small investment, so that can be benefited from our point of view. And Gopal, like, can you add on the capacity building on the farmers on water assets? Because water is going to be a key component involved in the work. So how the government, so for us, like, we are also going to discuss with all the agricultural minister and state-wise side. So we just want to understand what are the key points we want to take to them and what is your suggestion on that?
So now, water is definitely a critical issue, and particularly for any area where the rainfall is very poor. The good part is that solar panel is having very high runoff harvesting capacity, and that has been demonstrated in one of our target last year. They are harvesting for almost 87 to 90% of rainfall coming on the panel. They have the channel, factories, and they store it and use for products. So, my opinion and the Senate on this, that probably water harvesting is to be a part of all of our agriculture. And because some area is highly settled, and probably that harvested water need to be stored and recycled rather than relying on groundwater or some other water that is not going to be sustainable also. So, and then another observation Kali was that though climate was moderated, there was modification in climate for better, for political change. But then because there was rain shadow area below the crop below the panel suffered. In that case, it was in conventional farming, not like protected farming or trade irrigation, or roughly that. But in Kali case, that was an shadow area. So there was dry only below the panel, and that affected crop performance. So I think there is one take on from those experiences that rain harvesting, storage, and recycling. I'm so convinced that probably conventional farming is not a good option for this one. Coming to the hand management where we can all is part of that. Other thing is that is one critical thing. If only one line I would like to suggest Rahul because Rahul is planning another set of demonstration. In Rahul, in your experiment, I think there was in one of the experiment also there was tendency of plants to stay green for longer period under that condition. So there are some experience and some literature which suggests that if you convert a part of your harvested energy, maybe 1% or 2%, to put additional red light. So red light is actually instigating flowering tendency and seed setting tendency. I don't know the economics of that. I'm just throwing an idea since you are going, we all are learning to experiment something. So probably a specific way of left light using your green energy only. If you can test on probably that will be another idea.
Sure. Great research question, actually.
Maybe that's
We can come up with a PhD on it.
And one challenge what is the when I see other farm and demonstration, I find is that the energy harvested in the agriculture system is not really used for farm operations and mobility and all. The reason being, somebody told that probably inverter, there will be different kind of inverter because the operation will be different voltage and generation is very something technical issue is there. So because agriculture is one of the major consumer, almost 20% of electricity in temperature 37 we are using. And if you are not converting to green, having the source there itself, so probably that gap need to be addressed also. That is my question. Then I'm thank you.
So whatsoever you are producing, whether in the big farm you're producing at 800 volt and shifting to 11 kV or 23 kVA, by default, if you're consuming there, so it's first with the solar power. Because they are always up in terms of the voltage, in terms of the ampere. So whatsoever you are drawing in the daytime, at that time you are producing, so you are the first one who is going to consume. So by default, it's coming to you in any case.
So now we'll open for questions like.
Can we show one video there for our farm? Then we'll open the floor for.
Yeah.
They have some questions.
Based on like 3% from solar electricity. Doing the same work at the same time there and balance for the cloud installation of
So, yeah, we'll take some 5, 6 questions and we'll pay back for the lunch. So,
Hello. So it's a very marvelous idea that we are enhancing the agri voltaic, and government is also very much ambitious for it. But the thing is that the discoms which are under the ambit of basically its debts, so they are a bit reluctant in its implementation because when we talk about the large discoms, so there is the problem of the surplus power during the daytime, and where there is the provision of load shedding, where there is the flexibility of the load shedding. So they are injecting the power at the lower price to the grid, and they are just procuring during the evening time at the higher price. So how does this injection of this quantum of agrivoltaic, and as we know that agriculture sector is the largest consumer of the electricity, will ensure the viability of this?
Yeah, just we are in touch with Discom, as I mentioned, like kind of states which where we connected. So they were telling that we are happy to give the technical inputs, whatever we want, but you bring the bankers and you identify the land. So that is what the Discom. So in that level only in the discussion we were in touch with in South to tell your point. And definitely, government Discom going forward and how this rooftop scheme, how they picked up. So likewise, within a year or 2 years down the line, definitely will also pick.
The challenge lies when they don't have the segregated agricultural load. Basically, they are having the integrated URD, unrestricted demand. So in that, you have to just segregate the agriculture quantum, and it is coming in the form of integrated form. Then the addition of more and more power will lead to somewhat surplus when they are not getting the suitable buyer to take from them. Then what is the strategies of the developer to just, because the first question which they will ask that we have the surplus power and how you will help us in maneuvering that.
So yeah.
Did you ever ask this question to Bharat and the Lent why they are producing that much power at them and supplying over here down? Because these are banded, that system is already established. So we are new in the industry. We are agrivoltaics. So this system is also going to be adopted by the discom. Either you can flow the electricity from Bhakra to Delhi and from Delhi to Bhakra. It is in the grid. So that grid, you have the companies who own the grid and who is maintaining the grid, that they have to maintain it. Right? So it's a vice versa question. Either you produce here or either you produce there. Right? You are not going to be producing current place. You have to produce somewhere outside and you have to take it inside in the cities and in the metro zone.
It's a very niche stage, just like you can see very 23 sites were installed. But you can see like going forward, like in few states, even not even a single pilot plant of don't they have come out. So any other questions?
Thank you. So if I may add, utility scale projects are already in place. So this problem is a problem that everybody knows. Like utility scale projects are being implemented on a very large scale. We've seen MNI implementing and major focus, like I am working in decentralized energy systems, but I don't see that much policies in place in India, especially for decentralized systems. There are like hundreds of policies and cycles looking at it. For utility scale projects, and I feel the biggest problem that we're going to face in 2-3 years down the line when these are getting into the grid, the production is going to get in the grid, the storage is going to be the biggest problem. So I feel that instead of pointing out agrivoltaics or pointing out anything else, the major thing that ISCOM should be focusing on is how to store that we are going to get in PVs, in any renewable sector. I think our major focus should be on how we can store it. I think the rate harvesting thing that we mentioned, we can collaborate with pump hydro system. Like if we are actually going for rain harvesting, we can actually try to do research on pump hydro. I think there was a project in Andaman a few years back, but I'm not pretty sure what's the progress of that. But I think there is a space for research and so it should be something else from batteries.
Yeah, like energy storage is again like that is where the future. So the current energy battery is where the demand will be at peak. That time it will be matched by the energy storage. So again, green hydrogen, energy storage, which are all coming up, and then we have a separate discussion on green hydrogen. And in last workshop, we had a energy storage as separate discussion, and we had a team where the TVS and the other ARCI people we invited. That is also a very big. That is the only future energy storage. But how we are going to do either the fuel cell or batteries? Let's see.
Honestly, solar energy is not new. I remember 2002 where we had the push of solar energy, but we couldn't succeed because of two things. It was very expensive imports and not so cordial relationship with China. But we started doing it again since 2014-15. So my question is that while are we only focusing on solar installation, or we are also focusing on solar manufacturing? And while installing all these things in past 10, 15, 12 years, have you seen a shift or a change that we are having local production, local manufacturing of essential solar products, not just screws and other things? So, what are private stakeholders and government are doing just to make sure that we have domestic manufacturing, domestic technologies in solar energy? Because I think scope 3 emission and a very high cost of wafers and chips is a big limitation to the energy system.
Very good question. So, when coming to this, Indian institutions, are we still in world ranking? World ranking? Are we listing in world ranking? There are a lot of, see, that's my point of view. So, there are a lot of Chinese institutions out there, and it's a mix. So, we have technology across the globe, and China, again, they have in forefront in all these supply chain. Let's say any technology you take that the resource they are like having the right resource. So again, we just want to learn and we want to implement. It's again like we cannot tell like India is going to become independent or like we cannot do anything by our own. It's again it's like what government is also planning like one world, one grid. So in that way, like it's again interdisciplinary only. So without depending on other countries, we cannot grow. So that is my point of view. So,
So few months back, we had a report published on the solar manufacturing side. So from a grant from Bharat. So there is one data that by 26-27 we have a 30 gigawatt of solar panel manufacturing annual production. That's one data, and next is the report that covers the complete solar manufacturing.
Just, I'll add on to that point. In terms of R&D, the highest efficiency achieved in lab condition is by reference to Germany, 46.7% highest theoretical lab conditions. But in manufacturing, China is leading. So there are many other factors. Even if we are capable of doing, there are factors that we rely on others because they produce in a cheaper way probably than we are. And so far it is both mostly screw kind of things. Mostly what we already told, we are assembling, bringing parts, and we claim 11%. That is, to be honest, it's there. But things will improve and change. So, yeah, thank you.
And to answer one of your questions, what government is doing, I think we have PLI schemes to encourage local goods.
So, yeah, question.
My question is a basic one. We are talking about agro-violence here, and it's a growing field, but there are certain challenges which are attached to this field. You all like pointing towards the right direction. First being the safety of the whole this thing, whole system, infrastructure. Then another important point because the farmers in our country are not very highly educated beings. So considering their educational level, the training, the kind of training they will be requiring to implement these programs is again something that needs to be kept in picture that what are the modules that are designed for the training of these people who are we are really aggressively talking about this thing. Why we are not taking infrastructural into picture? Because like agricultural land is already something that we cannot like. Yeah, it's a constrained resource we have. But India is a growing economy. We have like infrastructural development that is continuously going on. So the kind of video that we see, why don't we try to kind of implement those projects on infrastructures like our roads? That will be like because is a water intensive process. It will be like requiring continuous water supply and irrigation and shade the vegetation for the growth of the plants. That is, we all know that. So, in spite of like focusing very much onto the land that can be utilized for a very different purpose and very resourceful purpose, why we are not utilizing resources which are like a kind of abundant one, which can be like in a better utilization of the same process.
Yeah, like it was a lot of questions. So for that reason only, the only thing though you asked why, so that for reason why only we are connecting here. So you want to integrate with us. So it is for a lot of people have different ideas. So all these ideas we collectively we will put it in with us, and we are coming up with how to come forward with that is the objective of this workshop. The objective of the workshop, we are conducting the institution, we are inviting all the expertise to understand and to evaluate, and we are trying to come up with the right idea, and we are also going to take this ideas to the ministry level. So there is the key. So that is the answer. So with we have very short of time. So I would request.
I just want to answer the question very shortly. So there is something called integrated solar energy, right? So integrated solar energy has rail PV, agri PV, road integrated PV, roading PV, and a lot of others. So as you said, like it's not just focusing on agri PV. I think the idea to this session was more to see what are the technological developments that are happening in agrivoltaics itself. But like you said, there are several projects that are running on really integrated PV, road PV, floating PV, and a lot of others. And secondly, with respect to technology and capacity building, it also depends on which group you are actually targeting to train. So, for example, you don't need to train, if you're training about ICPB to farmers, you don't need to train them about the farming aspect. What you need to train them is about the solar aspect, the use of machineries, safety, regulations, and no other things. But say if I take a theory student and probably train about agri-PV, what I need to focus on is the agri part probably, right? It's about how power works, how DLI works, all of those aspects. So it's like creating different modules for different sets of audience, I would say. I mean, this similarly for a developer, it is be a completely different curriculum. So it is not like एक curriculum bang gaya, one curriculum is made and then you can use it for all the groups. No, there needs to be focus groups which has to be targeted upon and separate curriculum that needs to be.
Yeah, so this is an opportunity where I request all the students to connect with the IFG and the CFI. We have, you can also go on that. Usually, if you see solar plant in the site, then definitely you will get more doubts and more ideas. So I requested Surendra, he told that it's open for public, like if you have time, it's in Delhi only. Definitely you want to visit this thing, like the plant. Nothing, I thank Gopal, Nishant, Shuvendra, Lucky, and Prasul. So, okay, last.
It is regarding solar manufacturing, as we were talking. Uh, we are knowing that government of India has initiated many policy regulations. Basically, they have launched ALM scheme. That is all government sector, whether we are taking electricity from solar or body, that has to be taken only evacuated if it is produced through indigenous manufacturing. And government has also imposed import duty as well as LI scheme, and I think LM scheme has been expanded. Basically, implementation has extended up to April. And if we see the cost factor, if we impose this scheme, then our indigenous manufacturing, it is going to be costlier. And by 2040, it is going to be cost around $8,700 billion to solar industry. So, how this agri PV after this affair, how it is going to be sustained and how we are going to utilize and whether we are getting any incentive from government side, especially for agri PV, because our manufacturing still we are less than 2% for module as well as cells, and we don't have any capacity as of now for wafer as well as cells. So I would like to know about anything we are getting, any incentive in this regard.
Sir, to your answer, sir, why incentive, sir? Why incentive? Because government is just giving incentives because like we are not aware about the technology. That is what the incentive. So China and Europe, they were started in 2000 manufacturing. So we entered only in 2010. So we are back that 10 years. They were in the mass production. So their cost we cannot match and their labor cost, a lot of aspects are involved. But definitely government is giving more encouragement for our manufacturers here. They are giving a lot of PLI scheme and they are giving a lot of incentives for our manufacturers as well. But going forward, government's intention is not giving any incentives. They are just going for a mass thing, and they are now, that is where they are also coming up with this green hydrogen mission and all. They are like, they're pushing very on, and we, as an integrators, in consumers, we should not always expect the incentives. It's an awareness where government is pushing, but that definitely within 2 to 3 years down the line, there won't be any incentives for any technology thing. That is for sure. So we discussed with most of the government people. So for manufacturers, for Indian manufacturers, they are giving some kind of support. That's it. But they will be going forward. They will be also okay with for 10, 15 years down the line. It's again it's a process. So we will discuss separately, sir.
Thank you.
We are all academicians, and on the other side, we are brothers. So to bridge the gap, I feel IG, AF, and the other agencies should bring in student internships. Okay. So this
We were very actively looking
Students are the backbone of the country. So it's only because of students, it's nothing that.
See, students are the backbone. You are ready to give, but the knowledge about it. That is more important. They know what is the opportunity, how can they come to you, they can collaborate, they can work on a proper.
But the Indian thing is not a proper document that I will tell you. Again, like because kind of an institution where your students are expecting, it's like different mindset, but our thing is completely.
Software industry, but the students have to come in and we have to bridge the gap, and then the power force India to become sustainable and self-dependent on all these things. Then we should.
Sure.
A big round of applause to all the panel members for in the discussion, so enriching for all of us. Now I request Dr. Raghuram Arjun to felicitate the panelists.
Thank you all once again for making the session so interactive.
Hi.
We should thank you everyone. As we wrap this session, I invite all our attendees to our networking lunch at the canteen block. Our students will be escorting you for the same. And for the students, they will be collecting their lunch coupons from the registration desk. Thank you. The lunch for the students will be outside the hostel. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Everyone, just one last thing.
Presentation रह गया है.
So if you want to learn more about the agricultural space in India and Europe, then log into the website. They have recent publications and reports where you can get more information related to the space. Thank you.
transmission distribution of conventional power projects. So this is what I work, and like you have worked with you also or sector people or even those kind of consumers who were not the power business, but they used to consume lots of power and they wanted to control themselves green. So I tell them that in what way they can be green, whether they need to invest on their own or there are other green and means where they can manage without having investment of their own. And even if they're investing, whether capital investment is the right thing or get into PPA kind of wherein say what you consume kind of basis. So this is what I was mentioning to my colleague that there are very different models that can help you depending on what is your requirement. So if I understand your requirement, then we can do that. And on different aspects, like here the issue is waste to energy. So we can bring in experts from mine export who are putting waste to recovery kind of projects. So this is what we can do. And say if tomorrow you say that okay, I also want to make even microcooling more green, and there are different sources, maybe wind or something else. That kind of expertise also we can. So you will be getting all kind of technical advice management because I think advice. So this yeah, so all this we can handle video organizers. The technical aspects as well as say this will require some approach for the this will also require some regulatory expertise as you rightly mentioned. Then what is the regulation of the existing area where the plant is located? Then the technical aspects like this computer layer, they are able to provide you with a particular at what level you are reaching. All these aspects we can get of. And also, definitely this part, finance and aspects. So the is pretty say if something goes earlier, the cost goes there on how it will be paid. So all these things we can manage. So we can provide you
second phase of the session. I request you all to kindly settle. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers and delegates to the post-lunch session of Sustainable Bharat 2024, a one-day advanced clean energy workshop in association with Terry SAS and SEPA. I am Priyank, your host for the session, and I'm thrilled to guide you to this enlightening journey. Before starting off the events, I would like to acknowledge all our sponsors because without them, this won't have been possible. So there, without further ado, I would like to take the names of the first sponsor, the silver sponsor, Tiano, indigenous electrolyzer manufacturer in India, exporting to 60 plus countries. Co-powered by our bronze sponsors, Ventec, an EPC organization based out of London and Chennai. They are into green hydrogen. SMA, solar inverters manufacturers based out of Germany. MKS Autotech, chemical manufacturer based out in Germany. Typro, solar panels, waterless cleaning robotic manufacturers based out of Pune. Second, earthing solution providers based out of Chennai. Cares Renewables, solar developers. And at last, JSS Renewable Energy, solar EPC from Chennai. May we have a big round of applause for all our sponsors, please. Thank you. Well, our first presentation promises to provide a comprehensive overview on green hydrogen value chain. The green hydrogen value chain represents a pivotal shift towards sustainable energy, leveraging renewable resources to produce clean fuel with minimal environmental impact, a potential decarbonization solution in building a resilient future. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rohan Bhatnagar. Mr. Bhatnagar did his executive MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, an executive program on leadership and change management from Accelerate. Currently working as an OEM and new fields manager at Autotech and MKS brand. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Rohan Bhatnagar.
Get the presentation from there. Presentation. Hello, very good afternoon to all. Okay, fine, I'll manage that. Afternoon session, it's always difficult, but I hope I do some justice to just open your mind at what exactly we are doing as an organization. And I'll just give a brief about the organization and in India, that what activities we are doing related to green hydrogen. So yeah, I'll just run through all the slides. So
Yeah, we are working for a company called MKS Atotech, and it's a bit confusing. While the gentleman did mention that it's a German company, so we are a mix of German and American brand. While the legacy MKS, if you see, it's an American brand. It's a known American brand in the semiconductor space. And while we all have been hearing of lately that a lot of things are happening in the semiconductor space, yes, we are providing equipments for the chip manufacturing. So if we talk about the chip, it's a very critical technology. And when we talk about critical technologies, the systems which go into place are supposed to be changing year on year. So that's how the company is involved in focusing on critical technologies. So we are not just restricted to just the semiconductor space, but also other technologies. Automotive is another space of lately. New fields, what we talk about, solar, hydrogen, battery. These are other spaces that we are kind of leveraging the company's expertise. So next slide. Yeah. Next can go. I'm sorry, I need to keep saying next, but yeah. As I said, so we are very important. We play a very important part in the supply chain value of semiconductors, and that's where we are a critical subsystem supplier when it comes to semiconductors, but also electronics. Well, each semiconductor chip is attached to power electronics, PCBs, and these PCBs are also getting sophisticated. And that's where we are providing the technologies. If you can just move to the next slide. So our revenue flow is focusing on the semiconductor technology. Electronics and packaging is another area that we strongly focus on. And important industry is specialty industry, where we are working very closely with the defense companies in different countries, but also chemical manufacturing plays a very important role here. So that's the part of the specialty industry. Next slide. Holistically, it's we have a revenue around about $3.5 billion, and being a technology company, we have several scientists and engineers who are working, and close to we have 2,000 plus employees worldwide, and that's a very strong focus on technology. So when we talk about technology, IPs, patents, these are something that go into the picture because you need to have some reservation by what you create. That's where we have about 4,200 approximately patents worldwide. Next slide. Next. Now let me tell you more about the chemical part. So Atotech is a company where we are working for, where I'm working for. So that's where we call as a material service division as part of MKS. And we manufactured chemicals, if you would have read sometime back, electroplating. Electroplating is maybe known to everyone in a small three-line para, but it's a very important field because corrosion is something that everyone deals on daily basis. And in each application, be it automotive, be it the jewelry that people are wearing, the chairs that people are sitting on, everywhere there's some or the other relatable industry. We don't look so closely, but it's a $1 trillion industry. So we are part of it, and we have legacy of over 100 years worldwide, and sustainability is something we strongly focus on. And as a company, we focus on green chemistries, and that's a strong focus for the company, and that's where we have a full-fledged R&D in India, and we strongly focus on green chemistries because we do not provide any carcinogenic chemistries. And you would have heard about REACH compliances and relatable compliances. So that's what we kind of respect, and we are strongly complying by these compliances. And of course, being a technical company, we have 15 tech centers worldwide. So we have a global spread, not only in India, but worldwide in the US, in the Europe, and in Southeast Asia. Next slide. Journey so far, yeah, it's 100 years old legacy. I won't go much into the details, and we were earlier part of a known company to all of you, Total. So we were part of Total in '93, and that's where we became a standalone company in 2021, and then we became part of a bigger group called MKS. And today we are the most, the number one plating technology company worldwide. Next. So broadly, we have two core divisions. It's called general metal finishing, anything related to metals, and electronics. That is anything related to electronics. We strongly brand ourselves because most of you would be using an Apple phone. So 70% of the chemistries which are used in an Apple phone is of Adotech. And that's where the criticality of the chemistry comes, because it's not that you put the chemistry and this use, there's always some sophistication or criticality applied to that. Next slide. Next. Certain key drivers of the company that that differentiate us from our competition is focusing on sustainable goals, and also focusing as a turnkey solution provider in the market. So that's something we strongly focus on, because we not only make chemistries, but we also make equipment which are also sustainable equipment. And why I call it sustainable equipment, because the carbon footprint reduction is something that we strongly focus upon, and that's where ETPs, the effluent treatment plants, and all severely are overlooked. But these equipments reduce the carbon footprint, and in terms of ENG compliances, also we are strongly focusing on. Next. A little bit on India, not much. We are in Delhi, in Gurgaon, in Manesar. That's where our facility is. It's both an R&D and a corporate office. We have a small customer support facility in Bangalore. Sudravali, it's a place on the way to Jaipur. It's a big factory. It started in '93. That's where we do the chemical blending. And basically, we comply by the government rules that it has to be away 60 kilometers from the center. That's why we are placed in Sudravali. Next slide. Small picture. So if you see from the picture itself, there's a building in Manesar. It's about 70,500 meters square of an area. We have made an investment of about $70 million at the facility. Investments are still continuing. And we follow all the, the HEC rules and regulations that are complied in Europe and US. That's why you see people wearing all the BPs, and they're all sort of sophisticated equipments. I myself don't know that what are these equipments used for. But when it comes to criticality and any failure analysis or metallurgy whatsoever, we have to understand. And there are several labs. There's one entire floor for material science, and trust me, I haven't seen that kind of a material science facility elsewhere in India. So any one of you are interested to visit us, please feel free. Of course, you got to take certain permissions because it's a restricted R&D setup, and we wouldn't like the world to see that what actually is happening. But one can always visit to oversee that what we do and how we do. So privileged to host you guys. And next slide. Yeah, so now I'll talk about things that are relatable to all of you. So hydrogen economy is something that we are focusing on. Three verticals: generation, storage, and usage. These are very important areas that today as a country we have to strongly focus upon. And over and above, when we talk about these three verticals, it is the supply chain that one needs to focus on. And today, the criticality of the supply chain is there because if you don't have the localization of certain critical components which are used vis-a-vis in electrolyzer or the balance of plant in the entire hydrogen economy, it becomes difficult to meet the cost requirements, which we have been talking about, that building an indigenized system is one part of it. but meeting the requirement in terms of cost per kg is the other part. So that holistically can only be met when you drive the entire indigenization here in India. So that's where the criticality comes. And of course, when we talk about the solutions that we provide, it's towards the electrolyzers. There are several valves and seals which are used. And of course, when we talk about the usage, fuel cells play a very important role. So these are areas that we strongly provide our solutions. Next. Yeah, that's an electrolyzer. Many of you would have seen. We are just opened up a electrolyzer, and these are different components of the electrolyzer. So if you see, I don't know how many of you would have seen a hydrogen electrolyzer. Maybe many of you would have seen. But inside the electrolyzer, the components play a very important role. And trust me, any of these critical components are not performing as the performance is, as they are required to perform, the electrolyzer can just shut or not work efficiently as one had thought. So there are a lot of coatings which are done. So in simple language, all the components which are provided here in the split, all are coated. And you can't just coat them by painting or doing like a brush painting and all. There's a lot of criticality that goes even in coating these components, and that's where electroplating becomes very important. And further, I don't want to deep dive too much because electroplating is again a very niche industry, what we call it, but it plays a very important role in the market. And if you go to localize these components, which is actually the heart of an electrolyzer, you got to localize these components. And then, of course, the coating of it becomes very important. So you got to create the entire value chain. And that's the last part of the value chain, which is the coating. And one of the most important parts. So rather than starting taking the top-down approach, it's always better to take a bottom-up approach when it comes to localization. So when I talk about the AEM and the PEM electrolyzer, that's what we are focusing upon. We have the coatings and we have the solutions. We have tested, tried, and materialized. We are working with several European manufacturers, directly or indirectly, with the coating solutions what we have. So the next slide, if you can go. And again, these are solutions. So in electroplating, there's something called as electrolytic and electroless solutions. So we have both the solutions, and there are different processes in that. We have the right processes based on the requirements of the customers that you have. So these are coatings that we provide. And nickel again is something that is a debatable topic because nickel as a commodity is highly used, be it in batteries, be it in hydrogen, it is highly used. The question is how to localize nickel in India while now today that of lately we have been seeing the prices of nickel have been increasing. So one needs to, the pain areas is also to localize that. And though we do not do nickel mining, but of course we are making chemistries out of that. So that's what we have a full-fledged blending unit in India and strongly focusing upon that. Next slide. Then we have PEM. PEM again, you're using the platinum, ruthenium, gold, silver, whatnot. These are all commodities. But it's not about using these precious metals as coating solutions, but it's important that how much you use and how you use and how these coatings actually perform in real-time environment. So again, we have tested, tried different base materials, different noble metals is what we have tried. And we have a complex matrix that against which we can provide anyone the solution who is working on the PEM side. Next. Now, apart from the coatings, of course, we have systems that support our coatings, and these are full-fledged plating lines. And we have several in India, but for different applications. But these are something that again we require expertise right from designing to how these plants work. So we have these plants and it's entirely German engineered. So what is being provided, the entire setup comes from Germany. Yes, we have few things happening in India, but majorly it's entire technology transfer that happens from Germany. Next slide. Yeah, a few more pictures what we have, and these are sophisticated. I just wanted to show you the pictures and how these electroplating lines work. So you can imagine these electroplating lines holding those components which are 2 meter in 2 to 3 meter in diameter, 6 to 10, I mean 3 to 6 tons in weight. Are there any suppliers to do it in India? Yes, they are. Do they know about hydrogen? No, they do not know. So again, these are pain areas that I earlier mentioned that we have to take a bottom-up approach other than a top-down approach to make localization successful and bring the hydrogen valley in lieu of what is happening in Europe and elsewhere in the US. Next. Yeah, now these are sophisticated patented equipments that work with our processes to kind of reduce your carbon footprint and increasing your bath life and bringing some consistency in the processes that are applied over these components that I showed like plates and all. So these are patented, these are Atotech patented parts and we have these auxiliary equipments running with our operating lines. Next slide. A little bit on the facility that we have and the testing what we do. So we have a full-fledged electrochemistry lab and we have invested about 3 to 4 crores in this. And if I talk about hydrogen, the coatings that we do, all the coatings, we have done full-fledged testing vis-a-vis different base materials. How are they performing in real-time environment? So if anybody wants to reach out to us that, well, we got to quote. So the question always comes, what do you want to quote? How much you want to quote? What is the thickness required? And accordingly, we pitch ourselves that what is the right solution for any end user who is making an electrolyzer. So these are small equipments, but very critical equipments from testing point of view that actually tell you the age of the parts which are placed in an electrolyzer. Next slide. I won't go much into details. Yeah. So if we talk about coating solutions, we have all the relatable coating solutions which the market needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitnagar, for your insightful presentation. As the saying goes, change is the only thing constant. And with that in mind, I am Bharat Sharma. I'm delighted to step into the role of your host. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's maintain this vibrant energy from the morning as well. And we smoothly transition to our next segment, an engaging technical panel discussion on the green hydrogen value chain. This promises to be an insightful session, offering us all a chance to actively engage in the discourse. We have our esteemed panelist, Mr. P. Rahul. Mr. Rahul is a senior manager of NTPC Limited. He has done an executive program from NSB NTPC School of Business, a leadership program from Cambridge Judge Business School, and BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Vellore Institute of Technology. Mr. Rohan Bhatnagar, Mr. Bhatnagar is currently working as an OEM and new fields manager at MKS Brand. He did his executive MBA from IIM Ahmedabad and executive program on leadership and change management from XLRI Jamshedpur. Mr. Prem Bharti. Mr. Bharti is a technological officer at SCGBJ with expertise in solar PV design and project execution. Mr. Rakesh Jha. Mr. Jha is in the field of sustainability and ESG at BDO India LLP. He brings with him over 2 decades of work experience in energy sector, renewable energy and particular. Connecting us through online mode, we have Mr. Ravindran Sundarajan, Technical Director at Wintech Engineering Solutions. Next, we have Dr. Kirtivasan Rajamani, Assistant Professor, University of Twente, Netherlands. He is thermal and fluid engineer with a hands-on experience in building experimental systems and prototypes in magnetic cooling, concentrated solar powers, and gasification fields. And for the moderating the session, we have with us Mr. Kishore Bhuvaraga, Director General of Sustainability and Energy Association, SEPA, to moderate the session. So welcome you all on the stage. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. This panel will discuss green energy value chain. This is unfolding and upcoming energy sector in the renewable energy domain. There are a lot of interesting aspects to this green hydrogen well. One is it is when you say green hydrogen, it is generated by use of renewable energy. And the green hydrogen itself is presenting a lot of challenges that could be obsolete also. The government of India has come up with lots of incentives to the green energy, green hydrogen mission, green hydrogen mission. There's put forth a lot of incentives. They have announced a lot of plans, be it for the production of green hydrogen, be it for the production of electrolyzers that are required for green hydrogen production. Then there are incentives for developing hubs. There are incentives for R&D. All these things, the whole chain they have thought about. We have on this panel the experts. Mr. Rahul is from NTPC, NTPC projects, America, and I'm sure he will have a lot of information to share with you. Then I have Mr. Prem Prakash Bali, Technical Officer, who is another very informed person in this domain. You have listened to Rohan Bhatnagar already on about the company's products and services that also encompasses the green hydrogen. Then I have Mr. Rakesh Jha, an experienced person in ESG and sustainability. So I think you will have a very good discussion here. My request to all of you would be that you listen to this. It could generate some ideas in you, prompt some thoughts in you. You can take you places, right? Yeah. To start with, I would request the panelists to introduce themselves.
So, thank you very much, sir, for great introduction. So, my name is Fred Bharti. I have been working in the solar EPC industry for almost 10 years, and then I am currently with scale on development job, taking care of study and research division, quite often interacting with the industry for on the various platform and various technology. Obviously, we are working on the green hydrogen sector also. We have been developed few qualifications, which required for the industry requirements. That's what we are doing. We are, coming up with many research report, study gap analysis report also. So this is what primarily we do in this segment. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is P. Rahul. I'm working as senior manager in NTPC and particularly in the hydrogen group of NTPC. So NTPC has been a pioneer in terms of its initiatives in the hydrogen sector, green hydrogen. So we have ambitious targets for renewables to reach 60 gigawatts in just 8 to 9 years from now. And we also have very ambitious targets for green hydrogen. So we are into every end use for green hydrogen. and note down scale it up for it to be. So I'll be able to share whatever learnings we have made till now in a very quick way. Thank you.
I think I've done my introduction part, so I won't talk about this.
I'm Rakesh. I am working for video partner sustainability and ESG. I worked in the past in building maintenance last more than 1 year. And I also work for NTPC, previous capacity. And we help them preparation of DPR starting from 100 TPD to 1000 TPD projects, green hydrogen and green ammonia. And fortunately, in this segment, I have worked across the entire chain, right from sustainability studies, professional DPR and other things, and also policy aspects. Say for people was for the entire Western African region about the policy. Looking forward to share my insights, not only here, but if you need any kind of further information on this, please feel free to reach out to us. We will get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jam. Mr. Ravi from UK joined us shortly within 10 minutes. Let's get going with Mr. Rahul. In the context of the government's clean energy mission, green hydrogen mission, how does the company look at the projects and how do you see this project being configured to take the mission?
Thank you, sir, for your session. The government has an overarching objective. Now, government has allocated 19,000 rupees for development of the sector, but this fund is not sufficient to actually meet what target we have. That would require, say, 7 to 8 lakh crores years to come. So, companies like NTPC and private sectors like PSUs and other companies, we need to actually learn it and demand on projects. Now, government has given an incentive which may not be that optimal or that sufficient to get the independent economy going. It's just a startup. So now what NTPC has done, NTPC has initiated different pilot projects. So one is mobility. Mobility was the first providing that was there for us. Now with mobility, we have also taken up green hydrogen. So NTPC has never been in oil and gas. But we took a step and we have gone with the blending project. Now this is the first green hydrogen blending product of the country, and that too having a blending ratio of 8% volume to volume with respect to the national gas. So that is the project that has been running for the past 1 year. And the mobility project at A and at Greater Noida, by 10 fuel cell hydrogen buses is also at a very advanced stage of construction, and the bus racks have also commenced at A in order to 2,500 meters. Then in addition to this, we have also started almost at the end of commissioning of a green methanol project. Now with hydrogen, which is primarily a gaseous product, we generate a chemical which is easier to handle. And it's a direct replacement to diesel and other fuels that we have. Methanol we can use in open boilers, ships, and engines. Now we have almost constructed 10 tons per green methanol project at one of our plants in Gujarat. That is one project, and also we are taking 10 tons of ethanol from it. So the basic feedstock for these ethanol and methanol projects would be green. So hydrogen is being generated from 5 megawatt plate like that. And we use these power to generate hydrogen. So around 2 tons of hydrogen. We will make 10 tons per day of green ethanol by capturing 20 tons per day of carbon dioxide. So this carbon dioxide will be captured from the normal chimney of our boiler. Now this will take away much of the carbon that is emitted in the atmosphere, make a chemical, and again release it. So there is no delta emission. There is only removing of carbon that was anyhow being emitted. So that's why clean. And in terms of other products, now ammonia is a very good scale. And at the time of Ukraine war, there was having a lot of parity
the conventional ammonia that we produce. Now I think the gap is widened and conventional ammonia is very cheap compared to the green and green ammonia. So we are also taking up large scale ammonia projects and taking a bet on that starting smaller ones so that the hydrogen economic. So this is increase. I mean, there are many more initiatives at all level, but this is at a very broad level.
This what you have just mentioned is institutional studies which are conducted. There are private players also there. The government is encouraging sports to that part of the plan. How are you gaining? You means the industry itself, or what are you gaining on meeting this export or domestic?
One good is, I mean, India has been handling 6 to 7 million tons of hydrogen. It is at industrial level. So when we talk about export, so now the only export will have it in a transportable form. So gaseous hydrogen, liquid hydrogen is not that visible, and it's a very, at a very basic scale. So ammonia and ethanol becomes a good carriers of hydrogen. Whether you reconvert hydrogen from this ammonia, or you use it for hydrogen boiler or for your fertilizer production. Now, how NTPC or any other company for that matter in the country is carrying out is by the first step anybody would need to take is to have this, and that too near a coast. So that you are able to export because the ammonia supply chain is very well established. There are vessels already working for the past many decades. So with the existing supply chain and logistics arrangement that you already have in the world, getting a land at a port location, then looking for an offtaker. So there are countries like even Singapore, South Korea, who have a cumulative of not less than 20 million tons requirement by 2050. And so that much of capacity is there. And India being one of the low-cost renewable producer can actually satisfy the needs of these renewable efficient countries who actually are in a want in a diet of getting clean ammonia or clean ethanol, whatever might be the. So getting land, getting connectivities, and finding offtaker, and then see if there is a gap. Who would like to do that? Our very municipal parties might be coming from the government, because the government not fund in the billions and billions endlessly. So that part, the government is able to pay a premium. That is specifically taken, and there are various supporting schemes around the world, and that is the way that offtaker and management.
You are doing projects in green. There are a lot of equipment beyond this electrolyzers like lab. How do you see that industry, like industry and control industry in the higher of development?
So if you talk about large scale use cases like ammonia and ethanol, there you don't need that much of a high pressure hydrogen per se compressor, but you need a single compressor. It's already there in the industry, right? The ammonia industry to bring up to say 160 or 300 bar. But if you only think of hydrogen compressor, say for mobility application, where you need to dispense hydrogen at 350 or 700 bar. You need a hydrogen compressor, type of compressor, particular maintain that operation. So these compressors not there in India. All have to be imported, and there are long times for it.
Yeah.
And you import the block, you assemble here with all the instrumentation and PLC control, and then you use it. So the challenge is you can't get a compressor in less than 10 to 12 months. That's a big challenge. And the second challenge is storage. You don't have a composite cylinder manufacturer in India. So these composite cylinders have been for the aerospace use in the US. And now getting that manufacturing capability into companies who have created that capability, it's very difficult. These cylinders can be made, they are very heavy compared to how much factory is working. So these are the challenges that are there, which are difficult to navigate.
Rohan has manufactured electrolyzers, the components of electrolyzers, which increasing capacity of electrolyzer capacities to take this required. How do you look at the market? Oh, what are the challenges that you?
I think India is scaling up the market in terms of electrolyzer manufacturing, but I think presently we are still in the development phase. That's what we were also discussing, that a lot of electrolyzer manufacturers are still at the megawatt development stage, but that's good. There's always a starting point for everything. And it's better to focus on a pilot scale first and then scale up, because that's when you get to know what could be the problems. And rather than addressing the problems when you scale it up, it's better that you try and understand.
That is true. There is a gradual.
Yes. So in terms of, if again what I mentioned earlier in my presentation, components will play a critical role. Presently, we are still importing a lot of components, but a lot of companies that we have been started working with have started to actually feel the pain that it's not worth importing. It's better to localize it. Yes, there would be a lot of pain from understanding the performances and all. So that's where a lot of investment is to be done on the R&D part. And a lot of capex is then, put across. And that's where companies like MKS are, because we have state-of-an-art facility, and that's where we are leveraging that. We were talking about composite material also. We are working with companies abroad who have developed the composite materials, and yes, there are several coatings that are there. I do understand that, the materials are expensive, and then the lead time to get it to India is kind of obnoxious. That's where we need to think. There are players in India, but I think the awareness is not still spread around that that how we can leverage players in India itself. So localization can be done, but then all the value chain partners have to sit on the same board and kind of address it together.
That's the point. There will be a lot of research and development requirement in metallurgy or in coating method. How do you think India is looking at this thing? A lot of institutions are there keen to be associated with industry. In that scenario, have you had any requirements about industry wanting to say that you be aware of these things? Your supplier might have informed you about this interest being shown by institutions to collaborate on research and development for green equipment and systems.
I think institutes are, there are many OEMs, there are few who have started working. But I see a good synergy between institutes working, like IIT Madras, I've seen. They have developed a hydrogen-based microgrid, and they are into electrolyzers for something like that. So institute-wise collaboration is key, and there are different projects around taken up by IIT Kharagpur, then there's also the IIT Kanpur. So such collaborations are growing, but concept to completion and concept to actually delivering it might take little time. But I see a good traction there to keep taking up R&D and then getting it transformed. Because there's a very good case of, they may be different institute, but like DRDO, they develop electrolyzers. They are trying to give the license. And there are other industries as well who have developed electrolyzers, and people are getting it transferred and then starting me. Collaboration out there.
Mr. Ben Bharti, you are from Silicon Green Jobs. This hydrogen domain requires a lot of trained, skilled manpower. So how are you doing think of meeting this requirement? It's going to be exclusive in terms of films first. So how are you looking at it?
So we are working at very ground level, and today we are fortunate to launch a skill gap report on hydrogen with the US at the support
with Mr. Onsite and itself. So we are mapping whole sectors across the value chain of hydrogen, and we have been interacting with a lot of industry who have been installing the pilots installed. My past company where I was working, they are also installing pilots control Leh Ladakh and these people. So they are struggling for integrating all these components. That's the challenge they are facing at every level, at technician level, at engineer level, at consultant. So today's, I will say that there is the role of consultants and the very much tool there because there is the big gap. There's see, hydrogen is not a new molecule. We have been practicing it, but looking the perspective of whole value chain of electrolyzers, supply chain, and since the technology is still evolving, nobody has exact idea of operation and maintenance, operational issues. A lot of pilots are installed. I have to feedback that a lot of pilots because of the many issues happening. We are not, I mean, we have to waste time to understand whole technology, how it, works. Not only India, even the global level, things has been getting stabilized, not been stabilized as far as the technology is concerned. And there, the role of trained technician, trained engineer, trained even at higher level also the requirement there. So understanding all these gaps, we are coming up with working with industry to understand the technological challenges. Accordingly, we are coming up with qualification, which government has approved, new qualification. We have already imparted some capacity building with the support from World Bank. Recently, we have done almost 100 trainings on the green hydrogen for technician levels. But of support are getting from bilateral, multilateral activity in this domain. So we are working actively. We are mapping the whole value chain. We are interacting with industry, understanding their requirement at a different level. And so we are very much on the board.
There are a lot of private sector industries like energy, green hydrogen, I mean, electrolyzers, but they will require a lot of skill and of course they have their own channels of training and things like that. Do you see any opportunities for your organization to collaborate with people like LNT, where you could have a play a role there and then you can spread it, and then they can train other people, that experience you could also train other people. What do you think?
So recently we are approached by LNT, Bombay unit, their GE, the gravity engineer they have hired for specifically dedicated to work on the green hydrogen system because they have long-term plan. And so we have been, approached for training their gravity engineers for, green hydrogen specifically production and manufacturing side. So we have already identified experts from industry in-house facility. So we have trained and we have, created the master trainer in these domains and understanding the experience and expertise of the people. And then even collaborating with industry for customized trainings, especially certain companies they might be working on manufacturing side, they do more detailing side, the replying side, the production side, so handling storage, when it comes to value chain, doing that.
Sir, yeah, you have been involved with sustainability and ESG and the context of green trade. How does your organization fit then your services?
Yes, the moment you say green hydrogen, that means the green track, because as Bhupen mentioned, that hydrogen is not everything. Making it clean is a very good thing. And how you can make it clean, positive and entire value chain is pretty long. But who will decide that whether this is truly green or not? So there is a mechanism called certification mechanism. So you are supposed to have a impeccable certification mechanism. And there are different agencies in the world who are working towards this. In India also, Tamil Nadu, along with few other agencies, are working towards this mechanism, certification mechanism. And there you need to assess that whether whatever green energy that you are supposed to get to run a equalizer, those are truly green in energy. Those are truly green in nature. And then even in the entire value chain, when you are producing water that you are going to use, the means of getting water is also green. Then also storage, transportation, and every other thing. So there are different aspects related to this. And then yes, there are lots of consulting opportunities for this certification mechanism. different value chain investment, how the investment will take place, the financing part of it, and of course, the first and foremost will be the policy aspect. Because until and unless you have the right set of policies in a country, you cannot shape up the sector. And yes, government of India is quite cognizant of this fact, and they're trying to shape up the policy elements. But the way we should also learn something from the EU, the way they are trying to push through policy. This is what is supposed to happen in India in all the sectors, wherever lending has to take place, wherever the aviation sector has to come to use green hydrogen. This is how you can make it more sustainable. Because the challenge here right now is the cost. At what cost you are going to use it? I just quote an example that if you are, everybody must be aware that we are also aspiring to run our vehicles on green hydrogen using fuel cell or long freight buses or trucks. But if you assess the cost of running a car today compared to an EV based car, that cost is around 14 times higher. So yes, cost is a major deterrent for ability to get it commercialized. And this is why this kind of discussions, R&D, and ways and means to make it slightly cheaper, not slightly cheaper, rather 2 GB in fact, in the years to come. This is a kind of challenge that we have to.
Yeah, I would interject. Actually, the cost of hydrogen number will be going forward with development of better processes and in volume. You will find the cost coming down. We are about something like $102. Like that. I think that when it will be achieved is a question, but hopefully it will be done. MNRE has been developing standards and regulations for the region. And they have been consulting a lot of people, that is the capacity both from the private and public sector, to draw those standards because it's continuously evolving with changing practices, changing requirements. It's a dynamic process. So, do you have any input that you have been able to teach them?
Yes, I'm aware of this, and then we were also in touch with MNRE, especially defining the standards. And we were of the view that okay, 2 kg of CO2 emission is the right standard or not. There are lots of debates on this because if you see the standards of different other countries, yes, this starts from 2, but it also goes as S4, process for 4.2. And especially what I was telling to the Joint Secretary there that if you see the grid emission factor in the country, you compare India's grid emission factor with US or EU grid emission factor, there is a huge difference. Why there is a huge difference? We are somewhere around 0.7. They are 0.28, 0.31. So it shows that you have lots of renewable energy investment already taking place there. But yeah, in India, this is 0.71, and we are supposed to have lots of investment coming in this sector in order to make it more green. So this is why yes, there are different challenges. But my suggestion would be that we should not be too strict in our approach, especially in the beginning. Let the investment come, and whatever discipline that we want to have the industry to follow, certainly that can come. It should not be a kind of barrier for any investment. So approach should be more lenient right at the beginning, and then by go and be more strict. Yes, so ma'am, I think it's the main no issue is how you are looking for all the sector. So one is basically people are aspiring to be export for hydrogen. And one first let us develop our own in-house market, get experience, and then go to the world. Because you see the different countries standard, it is not uniform across the so some country like US they say 4 kg of emission, Europe, Germany say 3 kg of emission, India say 2 kg of emission. Then apart from that is additionality requirement of renewable that Europe we are saying that banking it can be allowed, but in Europe they don't accept the banking. So a lot of I mean, there is no coherence in policy across the globe. So there comes the export business. I mean, there the issue could be there for company who are looking for exporting. So I mean, policy across the globe could be in sync with, aligned with, so that we can be export builder in that way. So there, Indian policy could be considered to be, for export purpose. Taking that consideration also a factor. Or I mean, food business is also that it is developed a lot manufacturing for the requirement because we are still, I mean, we see the one data which is surprising you. Global installed capacity of electrolyzer is around 1.1 gigawatt. And India, we have to be, by full will be required 1,600 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity. That's how we are today and where we have to go. So, I mean, we are talking about exporting the hydrogen, but from where we will do that? The other issue for Indian market is off-taker issues. So we are studying, who will be buyers the premium price of green hydrogen. So looking for off-taker, a lot of companies are developers. They are studying few developer that successful in breaking out the gate for selling, but still it's not been disclosing in how and what price they are making up. Then, I mean, this is all the issues we are facing up. So focusing on a standard and interpretation of Indian scenario would be taken care of the past. That's what my personal opinion is. Rather than focusing more on the export side. So because for that matter, the policy has to be instead has to be aligned. There's certain agency who can be certified. Okay, this is green, but how can be certified? You're saying CO2, but from what level you're starting to talk about? I mean, where you're taking, where to be, where to grab, that's a simple factor, but also be taken into consideration. So that's not been very much clear, very transparent. Yes, we are dealing with that, and hopefully we will become with more, clear and transparent policy in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ravi from UK is joining this from South University. He's an expert in hydrogen, and welcome, Ravi.
Yeah, good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you please introduce yourself?
Apology for the delay joining in. So I think probably I have a technology glitch as well, something happening in my system. I can hear the echo. Can you hear me perfectly?
Yeah. Now?
No? Yes? Sir, Kishore sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for confirming. Just, do I need to introduce myself first?
Yeah.
Is there any question for me?
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm Ravi Sundaraj, and I'm joining you from UK currently at the moment. I work in university here as a lecturer in thermofluids. My background is mechanical engineering. I have a mixture of academia and industrial experience. I have my own consultancy company in green hydrogen running in India. We are a Chennai-based company, and we do a lot of EPC work for green hydrogen at the moment. We are installing a plant in Bangalore currently with our customer. That's all about for me quickly. And I'm also European representative for SEPA. I manage green hydrogen activity in Europe for SEPA.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. We have been talking about the green hydrogen value chain in terms of the capacities required, envisaged as per the green hydrogen national green hydrogen mission, the investment required, and all that. There is part of this is to develop hubs around the country, which can be used for generating hydrogen locally and then supplying to the consuming sectors around in that hub. What's your opinion?
Sorry, I can't hear exactly what. Can you repeat it quickly?
Yeah, I got it. As part of the National Green Hydrogen Mission, there's an idea to develop green hydrogen hubs around the country, where green hydrogen can be produced locally in the hub and then provided to these consuming centers. Yeah, especially those where the energy intensive industries are there.
Okay.
What is your
thank
take?
You. Yeah. So just to answer this question, I can start from I observed the discussion from the panel actually at the moment. So regarding policies and standards. So I heard about India's policy of 2 kg per kg of hydrogen. GH2 policy is slightly different, 1 kg per kg. But I could understand that this is cumulative. So if we talk about 2 kg, which includes upstream and downstream. Upstream and downstream, I'm glad India included downstream fully, but upstream, we still consider people traveling to work, whether they use green bus or not. So these are all the criteria to be considered in upstream. I'm not sure how these statistics can be taken into consideration to address 2 kg per 1 kg production of green hydrogen, to address the carbon emission. That's also cumulative. If we manufacture in tons of hydrogen, so it's not supposed to be multiplied 2 kg times tons of hydrogen. It's something like cumulative approach. That's my understanding. And in terms of value chain, in terms of production and transportation, in Europe, actually in Germany, I'm not sure whether that policy is written up in white paper, but they are very good in terms of supplying technology to the world, but they are not interested to manufacture their hydrogen in country. So that's a pathway they are progressing towards. So that's what countries like us, we are putting a bid against exporting to Germany, exporting to Europe, exporting to some other part of the world. So that's a lot of opportunity available to export from India. So we are going in the right direction, actually, in terms of value chain, starting up with the Hydrogen Valley, to address few cities in north and south. That's a good policy, but I'm a little bit concerned about the tender documents coming from various public sector and government organizations saying that they are putting a classification says as somebody need to have the technology manufacturer has to have experience of installing 4 megawatt, 5 megawatt. So I think the green hydrogen is new to industry and also new to any country. 4 megawatt installation, no one has achieved apart from Siemens and McFay, some other big players. So this is something stopping us to bid in a bigger tender in India, actually. So that policy, I think someone can take off that and explain why different organization wants set it up this limitation for people, those are bidding locally from India, indigenous manufacturers, that will put some hold on local manufacturers. So I think this need to be changed. And also,
Ravi, 1 minute. I have Mr. Rahul from NTPC. He's from Green Hydrogen Projects. He may have something to say about this eligibility criteria of having had experience of a 4 megawatt in this to be eligible to bid for a contract. 1 minute time here, Mr. Rahul.
Yeah, I use this. Yeah, I mean, that is a challenge. I mean, that challenge we are also facing. Because the recent tender what sir is talking about is for a particular project where around 3.7 megawatt of installed capacity is required to be installed. I mean, it's not mentioned whether it has to, for a particular period, or it has to be commissioned. But that is complete, I would say, all of the company, because they would want some certainty in the technology. Because there are many players in the market. I totally agree that all are ambitious and they have deep pockets. But to some extent, the technology also needs to be improved. So for a tender of 75 to 95 megawatt, asking for a 4 megawatt installed capacity is not totally wrong. However, if what I can say from my as a point of view is that they can have other controls rather than having it at 4 megawatt or 2 megawatt. They can have other controls like test certificates of the work. And since these are modular, so if your modularity is say 1 megawatt, and if you are able to prove that 1 megawatt system is working well for a brief period of time, that defines your 95 megawatt will also work. So that can be one approach, but on the part of any company, I would say if somebody is putting the bill, they would want that quality to come.
Yeah, I would agree with you as project manager. you have been saying. Like everybody has to have start some point of time. And if you are looking at 4 megawatts being the eligible level and all that, you can try with 1 megawatt, and you said this sort of modular in this thing. So that experience definitely should count. Okay, maybe some sort of handholding may be required from your end to take over the client. But at the end of the day, I think you are developing the skills and capability to go for higher capacity, right? It's going to pay you well. That's what I think. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, you continue.
Yeah, sure. And in terms of transportation and distribution, so we are in Europe, we are in advanced stage of looking at temperature distribution, pressure distribution in transportation sector. There are lots of R&D work happening currently at the moment by measuring cylinder pressure, in-cylinder pressure, in-cylinder temperature when it comes into vehicle filling applications. So 700 bar, 350 bar, there are lots of companies. But like I said, we are looking at only the technology provider in terms of electrolyzer manufacturers. There are various supply chains and demand. So comes into the picture to address this valley. You're talking about hydrogen valley completely, transportation and distribution system as well. So there are lots of issues to be solved before it is commercialized in vehicle, commercial mobility application, commercialized in industrial application. I think my view is the government across the world are going towards decarbonizing hard to abate industry. That's the first target actually. Cement industry, steel industry, that's easy to address that carbon emission in those industry, 40% of the carbon emission in cement industry. So and also the world is going very quickly in that sector, but we are now in technology, the first phase release from government to address the indigenous technology. We need to build up strong in technological aspects first before we address to the second phase. But there is an overlap between first phase and second phase. But in my view, as quick as we enter into the second phase of addressing hard to abate industry, will solve a lot of problem in decarbonization.
Yeah. Mr. Rohan Bernard, when you're talking about development of electrolyzers to meet the increasing demand and all that, do you sit with companies like NTPC to see what their requirement is and how we'll get on? Maybe you have to get this technology from abroad or something like that. Like that.
To be honest, not really. But we have been working with domestic manufacturers who are in international collaboration with companies. So while the technology transfer is happening, that's where they leverage their learning also. And again, we support that in terms of how when they have leveraged the technology, how the technology scaling up can happen in India. That's how we have been supporting. And trust me, it is good to partner with an international player who is already in this space. And while they are transferring the technology and the TRL level is kind of understood there. Because if you kind of reinvent the wheel, it takes long time. So it is better to collaborate with international partners to ease the entire process of manufacturing. And once you reach a reasonable scale, wherein you understand the pros and cons which are addressable, that's when one can switch to a different technology or scale up that technology holistically for the domestic usage and probably then go into the exporting phase.
Okay. It has been the experience of many people who have collaborated with foreign companies for transfer of technology. They have found that at the end of the day, they know how, but they are never told why. This is a serious issue for us, and it can land us into plenty of trouble, especially in an asset field like green hydrogen. What do you think it should be the way forward?
I mean, I come from a different user point of view, so it becomes difficult for me to answer that. Probably Mr. Rahul can answer that, or developer panelists.
Yeah.
I mean, that is I take example of a few companies I know, very large players. They have invested so heavily in their R&D
And if you want them to tell no, how, why, when, what, then that will be, I mean, they'll never be able to break even. So that is what, I mean, we should appreciate the intellectual property. And because when you are transferring the technology, you are transferring a part of what would lead to the production, rather than giving them a chance to again redevelop on that and make yourself totally redundant. So this is what I feel. I mean, it's my personal view.
I would agree with you, but still I will hold my opinion in the sense that we have been at the receiving end at my company earlier, DHL, where we know something is being done the way it is done, but we are never told the why of it. So it's what we tend to do is copy the drawing and then release it for production.
Right.
But why that 1 millimeter bridge or why not 1.5? These questions they cannot answer. So that's why my question too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Ravi. Mr. Ravi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. In my conclusion, what I observed in this field, like hydrogen value chain, where we are lagging off, in terms of addressing pressure and temperature in transportation is the biggest task. Due to negative Joule-Thomson effect, hydrogen and helium is very difficult to handle because we are in the gas industry for many number of years. I mentioned that I want a company called Ventec Engineering Solution. We provide infrastructure, we do lots of R&D work in gas industry. But handling hydrogen and helium is the biggest task for us since from last 5 years. In terms of transportation and addressing lots of thermodynamic challenges. So that's what biggest task to solve. But I think I mentioned we as India can easily solve because we have lots of manpower and resources and knowledges in this field. So we can solve it and then progress further in transportation and storage section. So once this problem has been solved, the production will be easy. So producing is not a big task. And the only thing is optimization of electrolyzer. As long as we optimize the electrolyzer in terms of international market, I think for about currently at the moment 60%, what we call that as a low heating value, 33.3 kilowatt per kg of hydrogen. That's an energy carrier for hydrogen low LHV. And producing electricity something around 50 kilowatt currently at the moment. It's not rightly balanced. There's too much losses in it. So as long as we reduce the input current, that's optimization will come ultimately. So apparently the solving temperature and pressure is a huge task in terms of transportation and distribution.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ravi. Mr. Rakesh, when coming to you, when a project is being developed, there's normally a project report that is first made. You will be in a position to evaluate the project report in terms of its sustainability and ESG, right? Even if it's a green hydrogen project and all that. Yeah. Now, what would you look for in a project report if you had to look at a project report and then see evaluate it in terms of sustainability and things like that? What would you look for?
First and foremost, the plan. I mean, as I said before, that everything has to be green. So where are you getting your power from? Which sources, whether that source is green or not. And then in each and every stage, you are ensuring that whatever power that you are going to use or process that you are going to use is truly green in nature. So first, we are supposed to ascertain that the DPR, whatever report has been made. And then more important is the subsequent stage where the production is already on, and then you are trying to sell that in the market. Whosoever, say, if you're trying to export this to Europe, then they will try and see that whether the certification has been given to that particular production batch or not. And then for the entire process, one has to validate the way, if you could recall, the way CDM market works, that you are supposed to get the CERs and then the CERs will be sold. And there is an established mechanism for validation and other things, registration, validation. So the entire process will be exactly the same. Okay. So right at the beginning, you are supposed to give your feedback, whether the entire process is supposed to be green or not. And subsequently, somebody has to give them the certificates.
Thank
Let me
you.
ask you one question regarding this export certification. GH2 coming up with the trade certification. How it is different from GH2 and BEE certification in India? Is there any correlation between these two, or India is working on its own certification for trade, green hydrogen certification?
I'm not aware about how much is developed here in India because the last discussion that I had in the ministry, we were still trying to work on the standards. So entire certification mechanism, I am personally not involved. So if anyone else is involved in the process, can comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I was partly involved in this. We are part of the committee, I think. So here, the definition of green hydrogen is from well to gate.
Yeah.
So that is quite clear, and it's also put on public domain that it will be 2 kgs per kg of hydrogen. Now, this is at a broader level. Now, Bureau of Energy Efficiency is actually drafting the guidelines, and it's also at the back end. So when these guidelines are coming up, then we will be the nodal agency to certify the greenness of the site.
NTPC will be the nodal agency.
No.
Bureau. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the panel? Yeah.
So, in practical terms, I am Ravi. I think I'm pretty audible.
Yeah, very audible to you.
Now you are. Thanks. I'm Ronit. So basically, we were having a discussion on EVs yesterday. So there is always a, counterpoint that EVs, yes, they are the way, but hydrogen will take over. So a little bit of understanding in the last few days is that hydrogen would be very workable for large or like shipping or ferries. It may not be very workable for the EV car market. So in simple practical terms, I'm not very technical about it, but as a consumer, because we want sustainability to happen across and all consumers play a role. So how do you see EVs being replaced by hydrogen, or how do you see hydrogen playing a more important or integral part of our lifestyles, maybe 7 years from now?
May I take this?
Can I?
Yeah. This debate has been going on, especially in Europe, and this is not a settled debate. There are operators of buses in Europe who have said that electric buses are better off than hydrogen operated buses. Yeah. So this debate is still not come to any conclusion. Maybe somebody from the panel can look at that.
I had mentioned this, that if you're comparing today the EV versus the green hydrogen fueled car, then green hydrogen fueled car will cost you more than 10 times the cost of running. And there are few cases in EU where companies they started getting into EU, they started having their own fueling stations. They have shut their doors. Yes, but it's slightly early to say that, okay, will not get into establishment, or it will not be able to overtake EVs. But yeah, lots of things have to happen. The cost of production has to come down, as so I was mentioning. But yes, in the current context, the perception of the industry is that, especially the long hauls, say buses or trucks on the longer routes, there you have better prospects for green hydrogen compared to EV. This is the take, because the cost of conversion comes in play, and there you lose lots of, I'll say, investment.
I beg to differ a bit, because I've been listening to this, and I've been working on mobility at a very close level. So no doubt, long haul mobility is obviously superior to EV. I mean, long haul hydrogen-based vehicles are much superior in terms of the low battery weight that you need to carry.
and very high range. 600 kilometers for a bus or a heavy duty truck is a very good advantage. And a short refueling time of say less than 5 to 10 minutes. If you need to charge such a large battery, having 200, 250, 300 kilowatt hour, it will take a lot of time. So that is one. But I simply don't understand why people have, I mean, I don't know whether it's because of few lobbies playing around, especially in terms of battery vehicle manufacturers. I simply don't understand why hydrogen is not suited for short haul mobility or even two-wheelers. Because if you see, hydrogen, for example, a Swiggy driver, if he drives using a hydrogen vehicle, rather than an EV vehicle, he'll be much better disposed of it. I mean, I'm not talking about the cost. Let us discuss technically, because you complete so many rounds, and once your vehicle is out of charge in terms of hydrogen or EV, whatever, you need to quickly recharge it. That can only happen through hydrogen. That cannot happen through EV. So hydrogen is inevitable. Only how much you utilize. If you use for a very brief period of time in a day, then EV is suited. If you use it continuously and your utilization is very high per day, hydrogen is up there. And long haul, there's no question.
In the US, in the US, the hydrogen has not taken off. So EVs took off very big time thanks to Tesla. So if you take that as a benchmark or a baseline or a case study, then India can be surely a case for bottom-up approach with the two-wheelers, three-wheelers taking the case. But in the US, the four-wheelers have not really adapted well to hydrogen.
No, I mean, there are 70,000 vehicles or vehicles running around that are totally based on hydrogen. Out of that, 12,000, 13,000 are heavy duty buses or trucks. Rest all are four-wheelers. So it's not that they have not taken well off. Only thing is, at the right, I mean, if I need a hydrogen vehicle, I also need refueling infrastructure. So by merely saying that it will quickly refill, and if I don't have refueling infrastructure, there's no point. So quick refueling with infrastructure. Now, a very good initiative has come up. I don't know how many of you are aware. Government is trying to have 6 routes earmarked as hydrogen highways. That is Bangalore, Chennai, Jamshedpur, Kolkata, and Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad, Delhi, Chandigarh, Agra. So once you have an infrastructure in these routes, and government has an outlay of 496 crores to support, and that call is underway. So if you have infrastructure, then definitely when you fly vehicles, you have confidence on that. Then you can have smaller vehicles. Then there will be developers coming in and having their own. I mean, that will take time, no doubt. It's not as simple as said. But there will be a place for hydrogen vehicles, I would say.
Can I say something about this, in particularly about mobility? I would like to share a little bit information. Can you see my screen, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see my screen? Can someone confirm? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah. So this data has been released by SAE, Automotive Association from America. The question came from why America is not fully implementing hydrogen vehicle. So this research has been undertaken in 2011 for filling station, vehicle filling approach. If you look at this graph, usually what we talk about, we need to fill in 700, light vehicle for 700 bar pressure. If I look at 700 bar pressure, so it comes around atmospheric temperature, 15 degrees Celsius. So when you start filling in with minus 40 degrees Celsius in filling station, the tank can hold a maximum of 600 bar. 600 bar, that's a temperature and pressure relationship due to density factor. So if you fill in with the 700 bar, the tank can hold the gas at 15 degrees Celsius. But when you fill in with minus 40, the temperature will go up to 60 degrees Celsius. If it goes to 60 degrees Celsius, the tank can hold up to 800 bar. So that can be practically achieved. And also it is safe to prove that as safe. So filling in 700 bar is huge challenge. Once if you fill in with the 700 bar at 60 degrees Celsius, if you leave the tank for certain duration, due to heat transfer, the temperature will drop down. So until it goes to atmospheric pressure, the tank is safe. Tank is exactly safe. If it goes below, the 700 bar cannot hold inside. So that's a disadvantage. But by looking at the heavy duty vehicle, 350 bar, there is no restriction here. There is no restriction for temperature and pressure. So that's the reason why industries are going forward to replace heavy duty vehicle into hydrogen vehicle compared with the light vehicles at the moment. So this is a lot of research going on to address these issues. That's one thing. Technically, in terms of addressing, like I mentioned, temperature and pressure is a huge task for us to address in terms of storage application. And also lots of people taking data through ML, machine learning and AI to continuously monitor these kind of things since last 5-6 years to address these results. So that's one of the things I would personally feel. It's not
Thank you,
personal.
Mr. Ravi. Thank you, Mr. Ravi. I think we are now running a little short of time. Now, any other questions?
It is generally known as hydrogen makes metal brittle. How that is being handled?
So I'll take that up. There's a common effect called as hydrogen de-enrichment, which is in metallurgy terms a very common problem. Right from the fasteners that you use to several sheets of metal that you use. That's where there's these several coatings that come into the picture that reduce the brittle effect or the stress over the parts. And again, these are not typical conformal coatings. These are nickel coatings that are required to be done in a specific way, specific thickness, specific parameters are to be maintained to reduce the stress over the plates. Because you cannot get rid of the hydrogen de-enrichment. You can only reduce it. So that's the art that goes into the picture, that how you can reduce that. So this has been in metallurgy, this has been a common problem of hydrogen de-enrichment that for several years people are still working on coming to a consensus with the specific solution.
Thank you. That will be all. Any other questions we can take separately? You can please write to us. You have our mail ID. Okay. You also can connect mail ID of the panelists here. You can address these specific questions. Okay. Because we are a little pressed for time, I am forced to wind up this.
All right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this extremely meaningful discussion. Shedding light on the technical and commercial aspects of green hydrogen production. And now I would like to request Mr. Kishore to felicitate our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. P. Rahul. Big round of applause for Mr. Rohan Bharat. Big round. A big round of applause for Mr. Prem Bharti. A big round of applause for Mr. Rakesh Shah. And also last but not the least, a big round of applause for the presence of Mr. Ravi. He has been able to connect with us online on UK.
Thank you. Sorry.
And now I would like to request the panel to gather for a group photograph.
Can I stay or can I leave from the screen? For the photo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Your studies.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you. Thank you all.
May I have your attention? Here at Teddy School of Advanced Studies, we offer a comprehensive education in the realm of sustainability. Our MBA in Sustainability Management program is designed to prepare future leaders with the necessary skills to harmonize profit, planet, and people in their sustainability-driven business world. With a curriculum that seamlessly integrates 60% of general management principles and 40% focus on sustainability-specific courses, students acquire the expertise needed to tackle the challenges and seize the opportunities inherent in ensuring the long. Now we will have a tea break and we'll be shortly after that.
Call everybody inside quickly and then we start. 5 minutes. Ask somebody to go. Shantanu can go and call, but Pashna, you.
I've done some work in the past and I'm truly interested in the
Almost what's the consulting element? ESG. ESG is
Another question.
more work
Globally, not just in India. India is more regulation compliance. India is still making up the
So maybe I will come to you. These are MTech students, management students, they are PhD scholars, there are some practitioners also. So, like there are certain practitioners. It's
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had an interesting day. Here at Terry School of Advanced Studies, we offer a comprehensive education in the realm of sustainability. Our MBA in Sustainability Management program is designed to prepare future leaders with necessary skills to harmonize profit, planet, and people in today's sustainability-driven business world. With a curriculum that seamlessly integrates 60% of general management principles and 40% focus on sustainability-specific courses, students acquire the expertise needed to tackle the challenges and seize the opportunities inherent in ensuring the long-term viability of businesses. Saying that, we would once again like to thank our sponsors, our silver sponsor, Tiano, indigenous electrolyzer manufacturers in India exporting to 60 plus countries, our bronze sponsor, Bentech, EPC organization based out of London and Chennai, SMA solar inverters manufacturers based out of Germany, MKS Autotech, Pro, Second, KS Renewables, and JSS Renewable Energy. And we have a huge round of applause for the sponsor.
And now, let's make a transition to another engaging panel discussion in focus with ESG. As you can see, our panelists have already joined the podium, so just a quick introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Mr. Unes Urfi. Director of ATQ India, Mr. Urfi holds a certificate in business model innovation from Paris and completed advanced business analytics at the University of Colorado Boulder. Additionally, he obtained certificates in information technology, project management from the Indian School of Business, and a postgraduate diploma in business management from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a big round of applause for Mr. Gaurav Bhaitani. Director of RDI International, Mr. Bhaitani specializes in leadership development, government relations, economic policy, investment analysis, and commercial negotiations. His expertise spans sectors including energy reform, renewable energy, urban infrastructure, commodity markets, and macroeconomic research. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a big round of applause for Mr. Kamalakanan.
He is an associate director at Emerson. Mr. Kamal has 23 years of industry experience, mainly in thermal power industry and HVACR industry. Currently, associate director of innovation at Emerson Electro. Worked full-time in India and the US and Kuwait. He has worked for companies like Tata Power, GDF Suez before joining Emerson. His education background includes bachelor's and master's in mechanical engineering from Bangalore University and University of Maryland, respectively. MBA from SPGN Institute of Research and Management, and currently pursuing PhD at TERI SAS. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Last but not the least, please welcome Mr. Murugesh Halan, bringing over 15 years of experience in the development sector. His extensive background includes involvement in various projects encompassing CSR, sustainability, training, skill development, and global mobility, road safety, business development, and digital marketing and social media campaigns. Last but not the least, I would like to give a big round of applause to Mr. S.N. Mishra, retired group captain, climate expert, and professor at Cambridge. And now, I would like to request our esteemed moderator for the session who will lead the discussion on ESG, Dr. Shruti Sharma Rana. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Dr. Shruti Sharma Rana. Our esteemed panelists, industry leaders in the right way will explore the ESG, environmental, social, and government aspects and the opportunity for all of us to engage in the discussion.
Thank you, Priya. And thank you so much, all of you, for such a warm welcome to the panel. After, having two panels, I'm sure all of you are very tired. But then let's look forward to this panel of ESG for business sustainability and resilience. Now, to start the panel with, I would like to mention a quote by Paul Hawken. And he said that businesses are a powerful mechanism today to make the changes necessary. They are the only mechanisms powerful enough to make the changes necessary in the condition which we are in, to make a positive impact towards climate change, to stop the global environment degradation, and to create a positive social impact. And yes, we do understand that businesses have been responsible for the situation which we are in, but the solution lies there. Currently, when we look at the businesses, they are one of the most vulnerable entities here. When we look at the vulnerabilities in terms of businesses, all of us know the crisis, the kind of volatile raw material prices which there are in. There is volatility in energy prices. There is a supply chain disruption which has had. There is a geopolitical crisis. There is collapsing economies. There's so many problems which businesses are facing nowadays. So the question, when we look at it for the businesses, there is the question of survivability. And that is where sustainability comes as a solution. Now, when we look at sustainability is a very broad topic. It's a philosophy. Now, businesses, there's a lot of subjectivity around sustainability. How do businesses practice sustainability? So when we look at businesses, we practice sustainability by following ESG approach. So this is what we are going to discuss. We're going to deliberate. We have esteemed panelists with us. Priyanka has already introduced. We have Mr. Renee Sulfi from KPMG, Mr. Gaurav Bhattiyani from RTI. We have Mr. Kamal Kanninam from Emerson, Mr. Murugesh from Samsung, and Professor Mishra, who's a part of us at TERI SAS. So we look forward for a very fruitful deliberation in the space of ESG. To start, in fact, when we look at E, S, and G, environmental, social, and governance pillars, the three pillars of ESG, in India, currently, G is the one, the governance pillar is the one which is more focused on by everybody, by the government. So I would like to ask Mr. Uday Surfi that how do, when we look at it from the governance, from the regulations parameter, what are the challenges in terms of businesses, Indian businesses which are facing to comply to these regulations related to ESG?
Thank you. Thank you for this question, Shruti. See, when it comes to governance, Indian businesses need to be divided into three aspects. One is obviously owner-driven businesses. Then we have public limited entities, and there are government entities out there. Each of them have different challenges put together. And from a corporate, from a regulatory, and from a compliance standpoint, The biggest challenge that these days most businesses is facing is the changing reporting guidelines. Whether you want to talk about TCF, whether you want to talk about BRSR or GRI for that matter, which is a very huge giant framework, and most of the reporting are derived from it. They are changing. By nature, it's changing because sustainability reporting or ESG frameworks that we follow are changing. The whole industry is very new. I mean, we are still exploring a lot of ideas. We are still, I remember in the previous panel, we were talking about green hydrogen, but from a logistics point of view, from transport point of view, even that industry is changing. And similarly, the reporting requirements are changing, whether it's a government-owned entity, whether it's a private-owned entity. The challenges are on the reporting front. The challenges are from an investor relations perspective. Most investors are looking at organizations, which are investing in green bonds, how green they are. Most organizations are trying to comply, to most regulatory compliances tend to do a lot of greenwashing as well. Now that has become a biggest pain point for the government to figure out, who's greenwashing, who's not, and technology is playing its own role in terms of, trying to identify greenwashing indicators, putting parameters. Government is very soon coming up with a carbon credits program. So that is another thing that, most industries are looking for. So yeah, challenges are varied in nature. Challenges are getting complex over a period of time as the industry matures. But if I were to pick up two specific things, it's primarily around investor relations and reporting requirements, which is causing a lot of crowding.
Yes, I totally agree with you when you said that reporting becomes a challenge because of even it's evolving. I mean, it's changing by every passing year. There's some new framework regulations comes in, and companies need to comply to those frameworks and regulations. When we look at it from the framework and regulation perspective, there is companies. I mean, for them, it's more of a compliance requirement. They don't see any value out of it. They don't see any value following the reporting framework. Now, when we look at reporting framework, it's nothing but, where it talks about transparencies. Disclosures talk about transparencies. And they say disclosures are the first step. When you look at it from an ESG strategy perspective, they say disclosures are the first step which drives ESG strategies in the organization. And as you mentioned, TCFD framework also, which talks about, it is based on assessing risk and mapping opportunities and, integrating it with the financial disclosure of the firm. So again, when we look at these disclosures, I think there has to be some, buy-in from the top management where it has to be looked more, as rightly said, that more from a compliance perspective, and they need to see some kind of a value in it. So when I talk about value, I want to ask, Mr. Kamal Tandana, who's a practitioner now, who's working with Emerson, that how do you think, when you talk from the business perspective, how do you think a business can look at the ESG indicators and integrate it into their supply chain, to assess risk for the supply chain?
Yeah, sure. So I'll speak from my Emerson point of view. So we are we are a US-based company, and ESG reporting is not necessarily mandatory for us. It's more voluntary for us. But the things that are driving us to take up sustainability actions are more related to customer demands and the places or the geographies where we actually send our products. So we have a lot of products being shipped to the European Union, and the regulations are stringent in Europe. And even though we are a US-based company, we have to make sure that when we send something to the European Union, we have to make sure that we are compliant to whatever is needed in that part of the world. And that's one of the aspects that we care about. Now, what we still do is we still put a pretty robust ESG report together in the US. And the reason for that is, as a global company, we have to make sure that our global stakeholders
they can still relate to what we are doing as an organization. They can still do business with us. So let's say somebody downstream, a customer, he wants to understand what my footprint is or what actions am I taking in terms of how do I engage with the community or how do I engage with upstream stakeholders, my suppliers, and all of those things for instance. All of those things become crucial for us. Otherwise, a European customer, for instance, he's not going to do business with us. So that is where the value comes to us. So even though it is not necessarily a mandate in terms of a policy for us, we voluntarily do certain things so that we can take care of stakeholders who are downstream of us, customers in other geographies where it is a mandate. From a value perspective, one of the key things for us is making sure we take care of the entire value chain. And again, the reason for that is when we do this accounting, when we do the carbon accounting, you just can't say what you're doing because your downstream guys and your upstream guys, they are all part of the calculation. So when we do a scope 3 calculation, what I do becomes scope 3 for my customer. So that's where the value is. So I have to take actions, I have to take mitigative actions now so that my customer can look better. And if my customer looks better, he feels good that he's procuring or he's doing business with the organization which cares about the environment, which cares about society, which cares about all the parameters that's really important in case. That's how I would frame it in terms of value for us.
I think that's very important when you make the point that, nowadays looking good is not important. It's doing well by doing good is important. So yes, I would like to ask Mr. Gaurav.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to elaborate. I think you touched upon a very, very crucial point. So Shruti said that, businesses can be a powerful driver of change. But when you think about it, businesses follow what customers want. And we are all customers. So, to his point that, in India, businesses see this more as a compliance or regulatory requirement, therefore a cost on the business and not a value for business is a mindset change that needs to happen. And that mindset change will be driven by us as customers. And that's what, Europe is already doing. And when I think about it, we are at a cusp of taking off as a, middle income economy, going to a hopefully high income developed economy. And if we have to go there, we will need a lot of development to happen, which means a lot of consumption, which is good for GDP, provided it is sustainable consumption. And that consumption will become sustainable if we as customers, we as society, demand for it. And the requirements, of course, will keep changing, will keep evolving. We have to try to standardize wherever we can. But, because we are so rapidly growing, it is not surprising that, things will change. They have to also change because, the entire ecosystem, the entire climate narrative itself is evolving. So we are learning as we make progress that perhaps, we are already behind the curve on our climate goals. And therefore, every passing year, every passing month, every passing day, we will need to do more as we go into future. And therefore, the requirements will change. It's not a surprise and should not be, something which businesses have to look at as a huge problem, provided that all of us demand for it. And when we demand for it, businesses will innovate. There will be cost, but businesses have shown ability to innovate, and they will. That's okay.
No, thank you so much. You raised a very important point. First, I spoke about mindset change. Now, this is what is very important. So when we look at
technological changes. Yes, we are doing a lot of innovations which are required. There's a lot of work which is already happening in the technological front. But this mindset change or behavioral change becomes one of the biggest, it's becoming one of the biggest hurdles. And as Mr. Umesh said, that it's an evolving field. The regulation field is also evolving. This whole, when we look at this climate change scenario, it is also a very evolving field. So, there is an equation. I'm a professor, I talk about equation. So, equation of impact, the Heinrich equation, which talks about impact is equal to population into affluence into technology, where technology is being looked as, something which is a negative impact on, on the climate change. Now, since Mr. Umesh works on this front of technology, I would like to ask you, that when we look at technology technology, how can technology be an enabler and not add up to the negative impact of climate change?
See, tech is there to be used. It's there to be used and it can assist, it can help, and at the same time, it can help you make some more sustainable products, as Mr. Gaurav was saying. Unless these businesses see attraction in making, manufacturing sustainable products, sustainable services, the demand of it will not generate. So it's again a chicken and egg story. But to answer the basic question on technology, yes. So as the regulatory environment, the reporting environments have been changing, companies like ours have been coming up with something called an ESG command centers, where it's much more easier to kind of go ahead and meet those regulatory requirements. But again, these technologies use some cutting edge methods like MLs, like AIs, like some deep tech based algorithms. And now these are expensive. Businesses have to be convinced to go ahead and invest in them. Now, in case of Indian businesses, is there a market enough to be able to convince? No, not really. Technology still constitutes about 2 to 3% of every organization's budget right now. So unless that expands, and that can only expand, as Mr. Gaurav said, once the consumers kind of go ahead and demand it, or once investor activism basically goes ahead and says, okay, no, if I have a company called XYZ, which makes sustainable products, which goes ahead and ensures that it is not using child labor, it is making energy efficient data centers, it is going ahead and using solar energy, wind energy, or for that matter, it is giving back to the grid rather than consuming from the grid. Unless we as consumers start demanding that, the market of course will not expand. If the market doesn't expand, then technology will just be there and, just lie nascent and dormant.
True, I agree with you. So currently, all the efforts have been from the supply side. I think where there was a lot of work in terms of technology, there's a lot of work which is happening from the supply. The moment the demand side steps up, so I think that we can see a lot of change. And I think what you and Mr. Gaurav also added, like businesses should see some kind of risks associated if they don't comply or if they don't follow certain norms. So I would, ask Group Captain Mishra, so that when we look at it from a business perspective, how can we assess the climate-related risks associated with business?
Yeah, I think the climate, the entire discourse about climate change has changed since the IPCC AR6, which was released in 2021 August. And post that we had Glasgow, where our Prime Minister has gone for net zero commitments by 2070. The climate change discourse has always been there, but when this report came, the Asia region especially is most impacted by extreme weather events or the disasters which are likely to happen because of global warming. Now, businesses have two kinds of risk. Climate change poses two risks. One is physical risk, and one is the transition risk. Now, physical risk also has two components. One is acute risk, which we understand as extreme weather event risk, where we have cyclones, thunderstorms, you have heavy rainfall, precipitations, floods, heat waves. And Chronic risk is sea rise, sea levels rising. And transitional risk is very important. Business only looks primarily at the transitional risk. Why? Because if they don't abide by the policy, their business will go out of the business. So that is the case with the businesses. But since they have started experience these disasters, they have started looking at both the risk very seriously. And I see a lot of businesses have started doing their comprehensive climate risk analysis. And after doing climate risk analysis, they have started building various scenarios of the climate scenarios in the sense of how greenhouse gas emissions are increasing and what are the robust scenarios they are looking at. And they are trying to that they want to do the adaptation part also, at the same time mitigation. In adaptation, they are looking at how to build resilience infrastructure so that they can do climate proofing of their infrastructure. They have also started doing their diversification of diversifying their supply chains, supply lines. They have started localizing their production so that you're not dependent every time. Now, people have never realized that every year tomato prices and onion prices in country go because of climate change, because of the supply chains, supply lines, and they are known that this particular season, this is the pattern. Here you will have flooding. All thing is coming from Nagpur, and this part will remain flooded for around 15 to 20 days, and that is where you go all out. One place it is getting rotten, and the people who need it, they're not getting it, and they were, it is going 200 rupees a kg, 100. So that's one. And we have seen how the climate change can disrupt supply chains, which we have seen in case of semiconductors during last year, where the China had to close down, Taiwan had to close down because of floods, and China had to close down because of drought, all their companies. And there was no supply of any of semiconductors. So people had to wait for data for 2 years or 1 year. People had shifted to next, and that went up. And Tata did a good job by bringing a good guy. And transition risk, yes. So these are few risks which companies are seriously doing, and I'm aware of few companies which are doing this kind of risk. They are building scenarios wherever their facilities are. They are doing it. Then the transition risk is, yes, that's a very important risk because the carbon space is shrinking. And as the carbon space is shrinking for the companies, they are going for strong mitigation measures in long term. They are looking at how to reduce their carbon footprint, how to bring in nature-based solutions where they can reduce their carbon footprint, they can improve their sustainability quotient, especially in the water management systems through restoration of wetlands, engaging community through recycle, reuse. So both the things now are being integrated. Also, the businesses now you look at, they are going into the risk. Your insurance risk covers, especially in agriculture, and they're using hugely data analytics and the technology. Technology will be the biggest game changer because in climate change, especially for acute risk, until unless you use technology and the data analytics, you will not be able to predict, give early warning to the events. So whether it is disaster risk reduction, whether it is your saving your facility, these so there are a lot of work which is going on in terms of collaborative work in technology. Basically, when I look at the India Meteorological Department with other wet services, how to predict, how to do proper models, run models, and do the kind of scenarios by which you can reduce the risk of your businesses wherever they are like. And people are changing their facilities even. So that is what is happening. So there's a lot of work which is going on, and companies are taking it very seriously. Those who want to live long in this world.
Be sustainable. Yes. So there is a business model change which we see companies because it's not a tactical change or you cannot have some operational change which they can do, but you have to look at it from a very holistic perspective. So thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. Now my next question will be to Mr. Murugesh. Mr. Murugesh works with Samsung. So my question would be, what are companies doing in terms of how are they changing their products and services to align, to create a long-term value, and lowering the environmental impact and the negative social impact?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think the topic is ESG for business sustainability and resilience. And if anybody knows the dictionary meaning of these three words, I think we know where we are. So businesses was known for making only profits, and sustainability is very important, and resilience. Like I said, if somebody wants to live long, if the company wants to last forever, so resilience is very important. So companies are today focusing on their products to make it more sustainable because customers are demanding. We all know. And for example, if you take in Samsung case, most of the products that are plastics in the mobile part are made out of ocean-based discarded nets from the ocean-bound discarded nets. They were taken and they are processed to make granules, and they are used in the products. There is just one example. Likewise, every year there is a complaint also that every company has to increase their percentage of recycled material in their product. So that way there is a target year 27, 28, 2027, 2028. They must achieve certain number of percentage in their products. So that way they are contributing towards sustainability and environment. And other than that, when we talk about ESG, we only focus mostly on environment. The social aspects are also is there, where we have employee welfare, women percentage in the workforce, and the salary part of women workforce. These are also main factors. These also contribute towards sustainability. One recent example, if you see just later now, Arvind Kejriwal is saying women in Delhi not to provide food to their husband. Just a quote it was mentioned. Why? Because most of the schemes are today focused on women. Because on the social front, they want to improve the women's income level also, so that they can contribute better in the growth of the nation. So these are the one point I wanted to share.
So yes, fair wages, and the social aspects. Focus on is very important. So yeah, true. You spoke about products, like how companies are changing their products and how you're using different kinds of material, when you look at it from the product. So do we regenerate? My next question would be to Mr. Kannan Kannan, because you work in the space of innovation. So I want to know that how can we create value? How can value be created by following the ESG strategy companies can create?
Sure. So one of the things I would like to point out is when we talk of innovation, when we try to relate it back to ESG or sustainability in general, we should think of innovation not just as product innovation. So innovation can happen in different levels. So we often hear things like product innovation, process innovation. We talk of business model innovation. Has anybody spoken about things like ecosystem innovation, or the innovation that's needed at a systems level? So those are the questions we need to ask to really create value. I'll give a couple of examples about where you could innovate, something which is not widely spoken about, but there are opportunities. So we all talk about extended producer responsibility. We speak quite a bit about this regulation, and most of us, we think it's a system which penalizes us. So if you have products or if you have components in your product which can't be recycled easily or which can't follow circularity principles, you are bound to pay a certain penalty to accommodate that particular component or that particular product in the economy. So that's how we look at it. But if we start peeling the onion a little more and we start understanding what exactly extended producer responsibility is all about, the fundamental thought behind that, and this is just an example to say how we could innovate, how we could think creatively. The fundamental thought behind something like the extended producer responsibility is pretty much anything and everything that we put in our products can be recycled. Everything can be recycled. That's the premise of that particular regulation. What exactly does it take to recycle is the question there. So some components, some products, some materials can be recycled pretty easily because the infrastructure is there, because the technology is there, because the entire supporting ecosystem is there. Some other components, for example, foam, which we use in our packaging, the typical understanding is, oh, foam can't be recycled, so it needs to end up in a landfill. EPR works on a premise where it says foam can also be recycled, but the cost of recycling is very, very high because the infrastructure is not there, the technology is not there, all of this. Now, can we as business community, can we all come together? Like let's say the top 20 companies come together. Can they innovate the ecosystem? We typically talk of product innovation, we talk of business model innovation, we talk of innovation in certain buckets, I would say. But can we think of innovation where a few big companies come together and they say, how do I get the infrastructure to collect all the foam, to take it back to a sorting, recycling, the whole end of life activity? How can that be done? Is that an innovation that makes sense for the larger ESG kind of conversation? Is somebody thinking about it? Is somebody thinking about these kind of innovations? I'll give a second example. We live in times where there's a lot of urbanization. So there's many buildings all around us. And some of these buildings are old, they are ready to be demolished, they are ready to be taken down. How many of us understand that there's a lot of copper sitting in the walls of your building, which can be extracted, it can be recycled, and we can stop sourcing virgin copper? These are things which we need to think. Again, some of these examples that I'm providing, a very nascent stage of thinking in some universities, some professors somewhere thinking about it. Can we scale this up? Is that the need of that? So probably those are the kind of things I would try to point out as how do you connect innovation to the ESG narrative that's happening around us.
I would like to know your views of that.
Thank you. Important point. I want to ask a slightly more fundamental question. And this also we have, Samsung there. So it's not a particular question to Samsung, but more to the space of manufacturers, developers, and so on and so forth. So you talked about foam. Can it be recycled? I would ask, can we not extend the life of foam first of all? So all of you bright young minds, do we need to change our mobile phones every 2 years? Do you need a new television every 3 years? Do you need a new car every 5 years? The answer is no. So it's a mindset once again, and without sounding, very pessimistic, I do want to say that, as a society, our footprint is maybe 3x of where it should be for us to be sustainable. And therefore, yes, EPR, very good idea. I fully support that. Recycling, I fully support that. And I'll elaborate on the other recycling bit in a minute. But I also feel that, when we are talking of technology, helping us, we shouldn't assume that technology is some kind of a magic wand. Technology is a tool for us. We have to use it in a responsible manner. And therefore, we have to be the change to make it happen. And, buildings, yes, very important example. It's not only copper. I think, if you look at the materials which are contained, including
cement, concrete, everything which goes into it is recycling. Everything. And the cost of that technology actually is very, very affordable. Copper, I don't know that much, so I'll refrain, but recycling of concrete, recycling of, aggregates, sand, and sand is today one of the most mined, resources on the earth. The huge footprint as we urbanize, develop infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So in Delhi, we do have some recycling facilities. If someone is interested, I'm happy to enable a visit there. But not many cities in India have a recycling facility. And that is despite there is a regulation from MOEFCC. In spite of that, we still don't have recycling facilities. And you find huge landfills, which are full of, concrete mixed up with municipal solid waste, which is an environmental disaster the way it is. So wherever we can, first of all, extend the life, if not recycle, yes. But I think, again, wherever possible, as customers, we should be asking, why can't we use these products? And they be designed, and that's where technology should play a role, designed to make it happen.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah. So interesting topic, I think.
Yes, yeah, actually, a very interesting topic.
Technology is an enabler, but at the same time, the topic that you initially picked up, sustainable living, it's all about an ecosystem, the ecosystem that I live in, that you live in, and how we impact our planet. Right. Technology can help you make your life sustainable, can help you make the product sustainable. And in case of Samsung, it's quite an interesting case. I don't know whether you're aware or not. Samsung was one of the first retailers to come out with a metaverse retail outlet. KPMG developed it for Samsung, and you can actually go there and buy phones instead of taking your car, using fuel, go to the or opening your app and using electricity. That metaverse retail shop is a fantastic idea. But overall sustainable living and what Mr. Kamal was talking about, making your ecosystem more affordable, more reliable. So it's something that we haven't really thought about. We talk about organizations, we talk about the demand side of things, we talk about supply side of things, we talk about products which can be made more sustainable, but we never talk about us in general. And I think that's where this planet is lacking some thought, especially from the leaders, from the decision makers around that. And technology is just technology, it's made by us, it's an enabler. There's very little it can do about it, unless you want to use it.
It can facilitate.
Yeah.
Yes. So technology is a facilitator as an enabler, and I think what Mr. Bharat and Mr. Hafiz mentioned about is, again, we talk about a mindset change and behavioral change. And I would like to stress on this thing that why did we start, we as Indians, why did we start talking about sustainability? Sustainability has been in our ethos, in the way my parents lived. When we talk about resource efficiency, that's how our parents, had they run their house with a limited income. Every product which we use, as Mr. Bhatyani mentioned, every product had a life. We looked at prolonging, the life cycle of that product. The companies from the company's side, from us. So it was only, I think it is during the last 70, 80 years where, again, the collective greed of our species, or we can call it individual society, that we are in this, where we are talking about, again, we've got sustainability and we are talking about sustainability, where it started impacting our survivability. So I think we need, yes, Mr. Vish.
See, sorry, I'll just use this here. Very important aspect which is brought earlier, that the reuse, like we look at this mobile phone. Okay, this mobile phone has got carbon footprint when it was manufactured. It's around 300 kgs on an average each mobile has, and life generally 3 to 4 years. Few people have 1 year, 2 years. So 4 years is the considered life of a mobile set. So now what he said, reuse, or if you extend the use itself. So if you use this mobile for 6 years or 7 years, you have reduced carbon footprint. Until unless we start checking our own carbon footprints, actually, that is called personal sustainability. Mission Life basically focuses on that. We are nudging your behavior towards reducing your carbon footprint. When we say you start reducing your carbon footprint, that is where the sustainability will be. That every time we are taking a decision, whether we are buying something, whether we are discarding something, anything which you discard goes to landfill. This is very sure. Yesterday, a very interesting, which I would just like to share in a Shark Tank. There is one person who came out with a brilliant idea of chicken, feather. So he said the total country has got 1.5 lakh tons of chicken waste. Chicken, is 1.5 kg chicken gets around 600 grams of chicken. Rest all goes into landfill. So he has started extracting those feathers, and he has made a whole business out of it. And he said these feathers, they are more sustainable, they are more strong, they are more better than the pashmina feather. And they are basically wool. And he made it fantastic, but none of the those Shark Tanks, they have given him funding. They said, no, how will you scale it? People will find out, ye chicken kya uska hai, who will bear it? But there is a process. He has made it, and it's a wonderful. And he was very confident. So what I said, anything which you can use today, reuse, recycle, basically save your planet. That's the fundamental. Anything.
Yeah. Yes, I think Mr. Murugesh.
Yeah, I would like to add a few points here. India is the least among the most of the countries in per capita carbon footprint.
Yeah.
But still, I think we are doing better. And next point is this morning when I entered this campus, I read a board saying this is a plastic-free campus. I was really happy to see that they're practicing it. And we understood a few plastics that we can't avoid, sometimes we have used. And I saw the waters are being used distinctive like this, I was more happy. And next, we have, we have the battery selling remote TV remotes. So in Samsung, last year they developed a remote that can be charged around solar energy. So a lot of landfill will be reduced because we throw that battery after it is expired. So that is being reduced. And so I work for Maruti also. Maruti was the first company to develop set up a plan for recycling the old vehicles. Do you see any old vehicles on the road or outside the house like just like that, more than 25 years, 30 years? Even then people don't sell it, put to scrapyard. I saw once a cow was tied to an old vehicle on the roadside. And again, ESG should be seen as a tool. When I did a GRI certification program for, I was told that, the GRI standard encourages companies to disclose even if you're not doing a particular thing, so that it will encourage you to do the next cycle. So this has to be seen as a tool to make each business more sustainable. These are my points.
Thank you so much, Murugesh. And yes, I mean, this is ESG. I mean, when we look at ESG, these are the non-financial parameters which has the maximum financial impact. I think all of us know that disclosures or transparencies are, at the starting point to equity, the top line of the business. It does impact. So, in fact, the points raised by the panel, and that's one thing which was highlighted that, there is somewhere a lack in terms of awareness. There's lack of awareness in terms of consumers, how to practice when we look at sustainability, or what are those processes, practices, how can you integrate it into your day-to-day life? So my question to Mr. Uday would be, how can we engage community to create a shared value?
Well, quite interesting thing. I mean, in consulting jargon, we will call it change management. But jargon aside, I think a lot of it has to do with educating the masses, right? And government and private both have to play a part. Value can only be achieved if you have a buy-in. If you don't have a buy-in, then there is no value to be achieve that. But then we learn this in MBA because and you guys are all right MBA students over here. Unless you buy into the concept of MBA, I think you're just wasting your time over here. Might as well do some other masters, whichever you feel like. So that's the whole concept of creating value. Value to be created first thing in that value chain is to create a buy-in. Once you've created a buy-in, then create awareness. Once you've created an awareness, then you start living in that ecosystem. Once that ecosystem gets built, created, the value, the both in terms of monetary, in terms of human social aspect of it, in terms of governance aspect of it, the value will automatically get created.
Yes. In fact, yeah, that's how this value creation. So, and just we've spoken a lot about mindset and behavioral change and why this is needed and why this is, when we look at it, there are three challenges we see: technological, financial, and behavioral. So when we look at technological, financial, there's still some hope and we see that that's doable. But when we look at the behavioral challenge, it says that it takes 2 generations, for a behavior change. That's a saying. And the sense of urgency which the climate change has created, we cannot wait for 2 generations. So according to you, when we look at it, what all things can we do? As Dr. Mishra spoke about, the personal sustainability, that is one thing. What else can we do? I mean, as a community? Collectively, we spoke about ecosystem change also. So what are things can we do so that which will lead to a behavior change?
Thank you. So I'll give you one example and one mantra. So the example is, I was involved personally in a project where, we took the Gazipur landfill. If some of you are familiar with it, it's one of the largest landfills in India. And we developed a model where, women practitioners who had zero education, zero skill level, we took these, women rag pickers and we trained them in certain skills, which is to make a few sustainable products coming out of that waste. What are those products? Those products are, for example, when you look at the flower and leaf petals, you can actually recycle them to make beautiful paintings. When you look at paper which is coming out, you can recycle paper. So over a period of 5 years, we very closely worked with about 100 women, actually helped them form a company, and they have a website. It's called Gulmeher Green Producer Company. Feel free to take a look at it. They have multiple YouTube videos on their story. It's a story of these women, their lives. And now, they run this own company. They own this company. And they operate this company, and they make beautiful, sustainable products. In fact, the products are now listed on Amazon, and you can buy their products. So they make various kind of stationery, paintings, wall hangings, bags, and so on and so forth. So there are things which, as businesses, through our CSR, through our projects, through our initiatives, we can do these things. So that's the example. My mantra to all of you is that, on Friday, go to sleep early, wake up early on Saturday, save some energy. You should chill a little bit more.
Thank you so much. Yes, again, what all can we do? I would like to hear from all the panelists. Just one line. According to you, the students or we collectively, we as species can do to create a positive impact.
Sure. So I think one of the things I would like to point out is again, stressing what we want to do, raising awareness and being clear about facts is very important. Often we think plastic is a bad thing. That's not absolutely true. When plastic was invented, it was one of the finest inventions to happen on this planet. It has given us scale, it has given us the ability. So because of the scale, it fits into the economics spectrum. So anybody can afford a plastic bottle as compared to some other material or things. So often the narrative that we hear is not necessarily absolutely true. And so that's a message I would like to leave, especially considering we have young people in the street. Each time you hear something, please go verify if what you're hearing is absolutely accurate or is there an alternate narrative right behind it. If you go to any forum and people would straight away point out that plastic is a bad thing. Trust me, plastic is a fantastic invention that happened. And there's several good use for it. It's just that we didn't learn how to recycle it. We made a few mistakes, but otherwise it was a great one. So that's my message. And one last comment I'll make. Mukesh said they eliminated batteries, and that kind of gave a few thoughts in my mind. So eliminate, so you pointed out rightly about the circularity principles. It said, can we prolong the life of things? Eliminate happens to be the first one in the reduce. First, yeah, if possible, eliminate altogether. So you got rid of the battery. I just wonder why you did not get rid of the entire remote. Can you have a touch screen so that you can do the remote, or can you have a voice activated?
Remote near the TV.
Voice activated. Remote has been eliminated. You have motion sensor TVs now. Exactly. So voice control motion. Yeah, you don't need it.
Slowly fix it up.
Okay, so actually, what Mukesh has said, that we are one of the lowest emitters in the world when we go by per capita, right? Per capita, we are emitting 2.4 tons of GHG, whereas the world average is 6, and US is producing 15 tons per person per year. Okay, so this is the state. But we are the third largest world's polluter. And we are, as of now, the third national communication has just been submitted during this COP28. And we have around 2.5 gigatons of total emission as of now. Now, having said that, 2.4 ton, 140 million people are responsible that we are so low. There are 50 crore people in this country. They have a huge negative carbon footprint. They haven't got a single light in their life. So just imagine. So we need to increase our carbon footprints. It's very essential. Responsibly. So either we have the renewable energy or we have, but energy we must have, because that's a very important aspect. So saying that we stop doing anything, again, you will go back to cave, because electricity is a need of everybody. That's how we progress, that's how we develop. Now regarding sustainability, I always say, एक आप अपनी बॉटल पानी की लेके चलो स्टील की, एक बैग लेके चलो, that is one. And plant green wherever you can, whatever you can. If you plant and nurture 10 trees in your life, you are net zero. Irrespective of what you use, which car you use, okay, and which air conditioner you use. Plant and nurture wherever. Pudina bhi ghar mein lagaoge, you will do carbon sequestration, I'm sure. It's a fact. Anything which green sequesters carbon. Because without no photosynthesis, without being used CO2, it cannot be green. So think before you buy, and just know whatever you do, at least plant and nurture. I always say nurture, but we plant to sab karte.
That is actually most important. Yes. Nurture.
Plant करो ना करो, दूसरा कहीं दिख जाए उसी को खाद पानी लगाना शुरू करो.
You can use this.
Thank you, sir. And my last comment would be, if somebody is not living a sustainable life, maybe they are not aware of it. So the purpose of these sessions is to create more awareness among people. Prime Minister he himself launched Life Mission, lifestyle for environment mission. So from top, people are driving, and still there are people who do not understand these subjects. So we will have to educate them. We will have to keep talking about it. And one thing is that what Sir said, bring your own water wherever you travel. That is one thing. And wherever metro is there, please use it. Don't go by hire a taxi, so that metros, the mass transport is built for that purpose only. So these are small steps that we can contribute, and we can live a sustainable life.
Thank you. Some last, yes, on the way. I think you can use it.
Okay, battery's out.
Okay.
But yes, no, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me over here. I mean, it's an absolute pleasure. I see a lot of bright young students over there. This generation is what will make the change. They are convinced. It's your demand which will drive us and other businesses to provide you with sustainable products and do more with sustainable practices. And unless this generation demands it, I don't think change will. Please think before you buy and think here. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. I think somebody asked me why you didn't get rid of the remote itself.
Okay.
Yeah, I just remembered now that we have the IoT system, if you are aware. With Alexa, if you say Alexa, switch on TV to switch on. If you say Alexa, switch on AC to switch on. You can operate your home appliances, AC, washing machine, TV, everything. From even if you're in office, you can set and it will operate. This is something related to IoT, Internet of Things. Just want to.
Thank you so much, Mukesh, for that. And I like the way Professor Mishra quantified it. He said 10 trees, plant 10 trees and you're net zero. So, there's somehow it gives us satisfaction that it's doable. The only thing where we feel when we look at, the problems of climate change is, I think the way we interact with these bright young minds is, there is, when we see them, there's this thing where, you don't see a solution to it. And you see there's something, this is challenging. This is so challenging enough that you feel you cannot do anything. So there's no hope. But then, yes, if we find something where we can quantify the subjectivity around sustainability, I think then it makes it more doable. And when you look at ESG as a framework, this is what it does. So where, that is why when we talk about, when we look at companies now, where the regulations or the government is asking them to look the ESG way or to comply. So it's just the compliances, which when they start practicing, when they are forced to look this way, they see the benefits of it. When we look at it from the waste and, the pollution perspective, where again, energy efficiency is the level one, when we talk about the waste management, and you see that it starts positively impacting your bottom line. And then again, you go for a clean tech innovation, from there to the product stewardship, and then you talk about the ecosystem change and all. But then, yes, I think for us, most of us, we are still at level one, where we are still talking about waste and energy. There is a long way for all of us to go, but I think it has started somehow. That's what, the panel discussion we had, when we discussed it, with all the panelists, we saw that there is so much to do and the work has already started. So we are soon bridging the intention to the action deficit gap. This is what said, and the ESG way. So with that, I would end my panel discussion. And now I would like to open the panel for questions. Yes, please.
Hello. Since the global leaders are sitting here, so I'm very much keen to understand that how effective European Union CSRD could be in advancing the ESG norms. And if any alternative framework could be deployed for India, as it is just very much ambitious for the future carbon market. So how it would be helping in means deploying the or satisfying the ESG norms standards.
I think you should answer here.
All right. Okay. So first of all, the European Union is the leader when it comes to most reporting requirements and most compliances, and CSRD is leading the way. And to answer your second question, India is already developing its own. The FSR is one step towards India is developing its own framework, own methodologies for reporting and regulating. And I'm sorry, there was one last part to this as well, right?
Yeah, see, just
The carbon
whatever
market.
you were saying there.
The carbon market, yes, all right. So, we are in talks with the governments, some of the organizations like us, to revamp the carbon credit program. It used to be there earlier, and I don't know many of us remember it or not, but, we have had meetings, with PMO and with NITI Aayog, and, a new carbon credit program will be rolled out next year. So that will help, provide a lot of subsidies, will help, invest a lot more money into making products and our lifestyles slightly more sustainable.
So this framework is having some name in India, the CSR.
Not yet. It's BRSR is step one to it.
Pardon? What?
BRSR. BRSR is one step towards it, but it's not an entire framework. It's just one piece of reporting requirement. For example, GRI has 90 KPIs. BRSR currently constitutes about 25-30 of them. All right, so the framework is still developing. India is working towards it. This being an election year, there will be a little bit of slowdown in our activity. So things will again pick up pace in Q4, and you will see some new changes coming up.
Thanks.
I would just like to add up for what Mr. Onaya Surfi has said. When we look at it from an Indian perspective, when we look at BRSR, as you've already mentioned, BRSR core, but it's slowly moving. So when you look at BRSR core, which has come up, so it talks about your value chain disclosure, 75% of your upstream and downstream. That actually, where it actually helps you to regulate your value chain or your supply chain in a better way. And when we look at CSRD, I think TCFD, Task Force for Climate Related Financial Disclosures, are the ones which have been now acceptable about analyzing risk and opportunity. So BRSR core, in a way, subtly but slowly and gradually, we are also moving.
See, doesn't matter which country, which standard we follow. Currently, GRI has the maximum score.
Yes.
Let me put it this way, across 3 scores. Okay, but nobody is able to completely follow GRI because it's so comprehensive. And there's no need also because it has to be industry specific, verticalized. The horizontal and the vertical breakup of these reporting requirements and framework requirements is taking place. I mean, it's still evolving. So there's some time to go.
Hi, good evening. So the panel today has discussed about producer responsibility and we've discussed also about value chain. So I just want to understand if there are large scale initiatives or strategies that have been implemented in your own organization in terms of behavioral change that has been successful.
Yeah.
Emerson, yeah. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, from a behavioral change perspective. So the way organizations do these things is we set certain programs in motion. So sustainability, if you look at sustainability, it's a big task. So typically organizations would break it down into many smaller manageable projects. And a company like Emerson, what we have is we have projects like zero waste to landfill, which is approximately aligning with the extended producer responsibility kind of regulation. So that's one project we have actively rolled out. We have a packaging project. So what we are trying to do is each and every product that gets out of our factories, it had a traditional way in which it was packaged. Now we are looking at how do you transition from the traditional packaging to more sustainable options. So can we recycle the pellets on which we send our products out? So can we have more robust pellets? Can we use corrugated boxes instead of, let's say, corrugated inserts instead of foam, for instance? Those kind of things. So effectively, my point to you is when we try to do these behavior change, it comes in the form of certain projects which are typically there's an executive sponsor to initiate the project, and there's backing from the top. You just can't start a big task like this ground up. It has to come from the top. Somebody at the top has to support it, sponsor it. The funding needs to come in, the resource needs to be. And once those things happen, the project is going to see success. That's how we are implementing it in Emerson.
Can I add something? Absolutely. I mentioned to you about other people.
Yes.
I had very interesting experience when we. Am I audible?
Right here.
I had a very interesting experience when I was in Pune for one of the workshops. I had met one Mr. Krishnan Commando, he is the CEO of Aadhaar Pune Clean City Initiative. This is a wonderful initiative that they have initiated by Mr. Aadhaar Pune. You must have heard of Serum Institute in Pune.
Slightly right it.
You must have heard of Serum Institute in Pune, who provided this COVID shield now, right? They realized that there are a lot of delegates coming to Pune to visit them, but the city of Pune has been little dirty. They drive from the airport to their office and college. So they thought of something, some initiative. So they invested about 100 crores initially to start up a training drive of that particular road. And then when they started thinking about this project, the equipment required, the people required to drive this project, they found that that investment is not enough. They need about another 100 crores. So they went to Aadhaar, and then he asked, there is no problem, let's take 100 crores. I'm not expecting anything out of it, pure charity. So these people started working on, they imported these machines. They recruited people from the road, ordinary people, uneducated, ordinary people who do manual work, unskilled people, not educated. People are used to having trainings or whatever. Such people they recruited. And they went on to train them, not just on the job, attitude, complete change. All the people are now so disciplined. They turn out in their uniforms. There is no attrition, very, very minimal attrition. They have over 1,000 people is part of that organization. There is no attrition, no absence, and they have this ownership of the equipment that they operate. You can't find a better example of such attitudinal change anywhere. This is a revelation that for me personally, where I have worked with big companies. I know what it is to change attitudes and all that. But here is an example. 1,000 people together, every day working, they all owning their company. Yeah. And this has created a change in their personal lives. They are respected at home because they are given up on their habits that are impacting their lives. It's a wonderful, if you want to, you can read it, maybe you can.
Yeah, in fact, we were discussing about we could
cut this thing there on there. Maybe if you happen to go to Pune or just see if you can visit their office, whatever. They'll be very happy to provide some input to all of you. It's a wonderful thing. It's not just another job. It's not just that they have done something and then they claim heritable. There is absolutely no this thing that saying that I have done something wonderful. Nothing. They are very, very calm. They say they have done this, not many people know about this. Yeah. It's an experience that you should go through.
That's wonderful. Thank you, sir.
And I'll add one more point here.
Okay.
She asked a question, how companies are doing. And today you see many companies observe various days. For example, people celebrate Women's Day to create awareness. So again, World Environment Day, Texas said people are encouraged to plant trees. So that is to inspire people to plant trees, that they can drive you to do more such activities. And in talking about electronics, last year we celebrated International E-Waste Day. So there is the purpose of observing, celebrating these days on to create more awareness and create mass sensitivity.
Thank you.
I have one more question. There is a concept named DFT, design for disassembly. So in the electronics market, most of the waste in today's world is from the e-waste sector. So is this concept of disassembling a product and recycling it instead of throwing it away and buying a new one as soon as it breaks down? Is it scalable or is it feasible in today's world?
Maybe I can take that. So again, now in Emerson, so one of the things we do again, not just Emerson, I would say every major company they have very structured way of doing new product development. And what companies are doing is they are integrating the concepts that we just mentioned, are designing for disability, designing for longevity of the product, designing for repair, maintenance. All of these things are getting integrated into that framework. So typically, when you look at any company, it could be Samsung, it could be any of the companies. All companies they have a very standard template of how they do a new product development. So there are many phases. They go through reviews. There's funding, budgeting. There's a business case to prove. All of those good activities happen. And historically, what you mentioned was not there yet. Now it is getting integrated. So let's say, for example, a company like Emerson wants to do it. What we would do is we would add a new expected artifact from our business unit. So we'll say whichever business unit is producing a product, they need to add an extra artifact. Let's say, I'm just making this up on the go, to say what your life cycle footprint is for a product. It was not expected in the past, but any new product that we come up with should carry a life cycle assessment data with it. The moment you do that, the moment something is quantified, there is action, clear action. And so people who are designing that product, they're going to keep it at the back of their mind that they need to take care of. Yeah. So that's how it gets cooked into the process.
In fact, it's a very interesting case study which was published in Harvard Business Review around this. There's a whole market which this DFD concept has triggered. When you go to Amazon or Flipkart, or you go ahead and buy a new phone, it always provides you an exchange offer, right? From your old phone. It doesn't really matter if you're buying a Samsung and you're returning a Motorola, it doesn't really matter. Correct? Because each of these organizations realizes that these phone exchanges are absolute gold mines. And the value of that exchange depends on what kind of technology, which generation chip is currently being used. So what they do is they disassemble, some they recycle, some they use as is in fact. As a value added in the new phone. So
there's a company named Freework, which are producing laptops which are designed to be disassembled from each part.
It is scalable. Yeah. To answer your question, it is very much scalable. It's already scaled now. All right. It's an industry in itself. Freework is just one of those companies doing it, but Samsung does it, Motorola does it, Nokia does it, every network provider, Ericsson does it. They all do it.
Sorry, I have another question. Looking ahead, what are the emerging trends do you foresee shaping the future of ESG?
We'll need a special class.
That's great.
It's a very vast concept.
This is a concept. See, ESG, when did ESG came? We all started with CSR, right? From CSR, there was sustainability. And this ESG concept has just come 2 years before. If you see, I got a wonderful case where timelines, Google timelines, when people have started Googling now ESG. ESG just 2 to 3 years old age. So in ESG, now even ESG is a bad word actually. If you do some more conferences, they say, what ESG? ESG is not it's all about now. So things will change, but basically what we need to do, that sustainability and environment, they have to come into play in whatever way they may be. And primarily the problem which is coming is today that the entire your resources they were already getting destroyed, and today the problem is some because of the environmental degradation, the kind of variability in climate change. Your resources are getting further depleted. Now the problem is that you have put up a plant at certain thermal power plant, you put up at a place thinking that there is sufficient water available to that particular place. But the whole variability has changed over a period of time. Now that place doesn't have water. So, and there are a number of cases actually. Yeah, we have, no, there are countries, thermal power plants, around, no, 50% plants, they are shut down because of the water issue in the summers in the India itself. That is the problem. So water is one problem here. So sustainability comes where you want to preserve this water. You are just getting, oh, you are getting close to 4,000 billion cubic meter of water, but your requirement is close to 1,200 billion cubic meter of water. And but you're not able to retain your water because your water comes just in 4 months total. Your monsoon season is just 4 months, so you get all water in 4 months, and that too now you get when you don't want. At some places, suddenly one day, no, the entire water will come, and that is what we call it extreme weather event. That if you have so much of water in one day, neither you can store it nor you can use it. So first of all, it will put you into distress. Secondly, it will take your installations away with it. And finally, it will get around. So there are multiple problems which are coming because of climate change. So out of ESG, E is taking precedence. So environmental will be a concern, and your entire discourse will be towards no reduction of your greenhouse gases in future. I think that's the one, because greenhouse gases are the root cause of the problem. So adaptation, you can adapt to a problem, but the problem will keep enhancing. So it will keep, no, it will keep enhancing. It will become more frequent. It will become more vulnerable. It will become more intense. So to reduce it, you have to go to greenhouse gas reduction. That's the only solution. Otherwise, there is no solution. The problem with the world is that till around 5 years back, they never accepted that the whole climate change is the problem because of greenhouse gas. Correct. That's the problem. That discourse and the whole thing has just come after AR6. Whereas no, the UNFCCC has been formed in 1992. Basically, decided this problem.
And now the goalpost is shifting so fast.
Exactly.
There's nothing you can do about it.
And goalpost will shift. This is because of businesses, right? The goalpost is shifting. If you see COP28, the entire goalpost was shifted to methane gas instead of carbon dioxide. They said, no, you reduce methane gas because India is primarily surviving on methane gas, because what you तुम दूध पीते हो, तुम चावल खाते हो. Both are both are methane gas producers. Your livestock. We are having what's 18% livestock. And Asians are basically rice eaters. Rice eaters are supposed to know. Paddy is the crop which creates maximum, produces methane, and the livestock produces methane.
Everything east of India is producing methane.
Everything. And so they say, entire Southeast Asia. And so they say, no, CO2 is all right. CO2 we will know, because CO2 again you are producing because no, you are always and yes. Not less.
Narrative.
So they keep, the moment you talk to them, you are the third biggest, largest polluter in the world. We say no, per capita we are no 107 in the world. They say no, absolute emission. Let's talk about it. So this will continue because of the businesses. Now you don't know the problem. I am foreseeing. Trump comes back to US. He may not get out of all these commitments because he moved out of Paris commitments. He moved out of Paris commitments.
He's coming back.
And if he's coming back, again, so climate change is a problem. And the local compulsions and the leadership will decide, global leadership will decide where are we in climate change. Because France has totally moved out of coal gas, but the moment you had Ukraine war, France has fired its 2 reactors based on coal.
Yeah.
Sunak has gone back on his commitment. He has to phase out his vehicles, IC vehicles. He said, no, we extend for 5 years because we need board. So you are happy that these people are available. So this will continue, and together, no. But the best thing is that despite all this, our trajectory of greenhouse gases is coming down. And definitely we are moving in the right direction, but not at the desired pace which we need to. That's all the matter. Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause, please? It was a very captivating discussion on ESG. And I say that ESG is such a vast topic that it never ends. But we are running short of time, so we need to end this session here. Now it's time to felicitate our panelists. And I would like to call upon Dr. Mamta Acharya. Please felicitate Mr. Umesh Urbi.
You can stand there.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaurav Bhatia. Now to request Dr. Shruti Sharma to please felicitate Mr. Kamal.
Okay, I can do it here. Yeah, maybe. Yes.
Mr. Purgesh Haran.
Thank you.
And a round of applause for Mr. S.M. Mishra.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request you all to gather for the program.
Yes, please. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to all the speakers for your very good insights. Now I will call Dr. Shruti Sharma for the vote of thanks. I request you all to please kindly settle. You got a vote of thanks for Dr. Shruti Sharma. We just say.
Yeah. I know it's been a very eventful day, and on behalf of the Delhi School of Advanced Studies, I'm truly honored and privileged to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for invaluable participation in the Sustainable Bharat 2024, focusing on advanced studies organized by Sustainability and Energy Development Association, SEPA, and Delhi School of Advanced Studies. I would like to thank all our delegates, panelists who've been there. There's a lot of fruitful deliberations, a lot of good outcomes in this coming. And I would like to thank my fellow colleagues, Dr. Boneta, Dr. Parul, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Arun Kansal, our Registrar Colonel Venkat, Mr. Kishore, Mr. Raghuram, Mr. Vital Diggy, Mr. Murugesh, they've been very will be helpful during organizing. SEPA has organized this. So, and apart from that, all the teams, the support teams which has been there, and of course the student team, which has been Prachi, Riyan, Vipashna, Dikshan, Krishna, Shantanu, Kuldeep, Dhruvesh. Big round of applause to the amazing I'm missing any names. Sharanya, we have Radhi, all of you, you've been helpful. Arifin, you've been helpful right from day one. When we discussed, we were planning to organize workshop, and these are the ones who were after my life. They've been the ones who coordinated the whole show. And thank you to all of you. Thank you so much.
Maybe has got
I request you all, second, you got national anthem to proceed. Sir wants to say something, please.
On behalf of SEPA.
Yes, please.
On behalf of SEPA, I would like to personally thank each one of you for the excellent organization of this workshop. When Shruti Madam had actually worked for such it will be in place, well organized, I didn't believe it. Really, I didn't believe it. But when I came here and met yesterday, a few of the students and all, like particularly this group. I'm not able to recollect or recount all your names. I'm sorry about that. I'm amazed at their skills, way they organize, the way they went about the whole thing. This is probably the first workshop when I've been casting. Okay. So having said that, a big thank you to all of you, each one of you personally. Okay. Nothing very formal, but personally, I would like to thank each one of you for being with us, and we enjoyed it thoroughly. I'm talking on behalf of our SEPA, its members, associates, particularly Mr. Raghuram Arjunan, our president, and my other colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, on the behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our heartfelt thanks to each one of you. It's time to express our gratitude to our speakers, panelists, and participants for their valuable contributions to today's event. We bring this event to a close. Safe travels to each one of you. But at last, but not the least, I would like to quote something. पंख ही काफी नहीं है आसमानों के लिए, पंख ही काफी नहीं है आसमानों के लिए, हौसला भी चाहिए ऊंची उड़ानों के लिए। और इसी हौसले को बनाए रखने के लिए मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि हम सभी खड़े हो राष्ट्रगान के लिए। I would like to request you all to kindly stand for the national anthem.
Thank you so much. Yes, please. Yes, we can have photographs. The organizers. Yes,
Thank you so much, sir.
thank you. So we have a photograph inside or outside?
Hello, live streaming.
Come organizing team, I would like to thank.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Somebody can take a photo.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. That would. Guys, organizing team, come. इन लोगों ने बड़ी मेहनत